excuse me, Thursday. I'm so sorry. Thursday, October the 31st, 2024, and we're here for our Superintendent Evaluation Committee meeting. Ms. Clark, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Love,
Here.
Commissioner McKinney,
Here.
Commissioner Otay,
Here.
Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Board Chair Coleman.
Present. And we do have Commissioner McKissick and Commissioner Porter online. There's no further. We're in the hands of our capable director, Ms. Tamika Hard-Wigginton.
I don't know about director. All right. Good early evening. No, early afternoon. I can't keep up. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to dig right in because you have enough to get through today, and we want to make sure that we have time for you to have rich conversation. And so, as always, start with the purpose and norms agreement. So today, we're going to complete the process for establishing the 2024-2025 superintendent evaluation process. Notice that first word, complete. So we're going to leave here with knowing where we're going. The goals are to reach agreement on the quantitative measures for the 2024-25 priorities, establish a process for administration of the culture survey that the board raised. Our norms, again, just be present, respect for each other, one mic, we speak one at a time, be your authentic self, be transparent, integrity, focus on the district and not yourself. Okay, so on our agenda, we're going to do a quick recap of the previous meetings. I'm not going to read all of it, but just so we'll continue scrolling pieces around where we've been, highlight agreed upon recommendations, address any outstanding decisions, review and reconcile current recommendations, and outline next steps. So just as a recap, I won't go through everything. I'll just do the very last meeting. You met again. So this is your 5th meeting. You've met 4 times. You've been putting in the work. On the 21st, Monday the 21st, the board agreed to keep the current competency weights as are presented in the current evaluation. You set a process for the informal evaluation, and you agreed to administer a staff culture survey. This thing doesn't, yeah. It works every other time for some reason. There it is. So the agreements so far. So the current evaluation instrument, including the current weights, will be used. You have an informal evaluation where there's individual engagements of board and superintendent to occur by November 30th. Understand that there's still some details around that you all will work through, but for now, this is the agreement. The formal evaluation to occur May 1st, 2025, and then you agree to administer a staff culture survey. The outstanding decisions, and I should add what's the specific details on the informal evaluation, I should add that there. But it's also today, incorporation of quantitative measures, and then hopefully you can talk more about the timeline and process for the culture survey. And so we're gonna get right in. And so we left off with the quantitative measures. And so here, to refresh, here the superintendent's recommended, these are the academic quantitative measures. And so we just need to have the discussion. So first I'm just gonna, for the record, bring them out, what they were again, and then what I'd ask is that for people who have conversation, and Madam Chair, Dr. Fagans, you can guide this piece of the conversation, not me, but if people have questions, thoughts, responses to this, we'll share that conversation and then get to a decision. So the goal is the goal is improve academic growth, achievement, and literacy levels for all students. The superintendent has recommended a 2% growth in proficiency or above as follows. And it's grades 3 through 5 to 27.4% from 25.4, grades 6 through 8 to 19%, grades 9 through 12 to 26.6%. So first I'll just say, Dr. Fagans, this remains your recommendation?
No, there were some suggestions, considerations provided by some board members, and so we've reflected on that as a team to make some adjustments to share out here.
So my suggestion would be, board, you allow the superintendent to, because now this is changed, so allow her to suggest that. Is somebody taking notes? Because it's hard to follow, so make sure that we capture all of this, because it won't be on the screen. I did create a place for the decision, but we'll make sure superintendent gets to present that, and then the discussion can flow from there.
So reviewing priority one, improve academic growth, achievement, and literacy levels for all students. As I shared out originally, the concern here was that we would not have this data available by May or before. And so in reflection, I think Board Member McKinney sent over several good ideas to suggest, and had some other conversations with a few other board members. And so landing at K through 12, decreasing chronic absenteeism by 2%. 2. And so chronic absenteeism, in terms of where it is right now, is a little tough, but where we ended last year, we know we were well over 30%, but we'll have that inked in terms of where we ended, and then what that 2% decrease would look like. In grades 3 through 8, decrease the number of students 3 or more grade levels below by 4%, and this would be using iReady math and reading. And for our high school level, we had it in a different space, but moving it up here, decrease the off-track percentage by 1.8%. Last year, it ended for grades 9 through 10 at 11.8%, so decreasing that. 1.8.
Could you repeat it one more time, just for, like,
Sure.
all of it, just
Sure.
for everybody, so we make sure.
So as a broad K through 12 metric, decrease chronic absenteeism by 2%. For grades 3 through 8, decrease the number of students 3 or more grade levels below by 4% decrease. And this is using iReady reading and math. And for grades 9 and 10, decrease off-track percentage by 1.8%. And that would be 11.8% to 10%.
Okay. So you now have a different recommendation from the superintendent, and so Chair Doris Coleman, I would say you just open it up for questions first. Any discussion from your board?
Okay, any board members? Any questions?
Hey, just so that your conversation can flow, can you start with any clarifying questions before probing questions? So if there's a clarifying question, like you want to clarify something, you got something, and then we'll get to probing questions, and then you can get to if there's an alternate suggestion. That way you can keep the conversation flowing.
We'll start with Commissioner Otey, Commissioner Commissioner Otey, Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Board Chair. I had a clarifying question in regards to the 2% growth in proficiency. How did you come up with that number? Where are we? Oh, I'm on the slide here. We're not following the slides on the screen. Oh, so we're no longer using this.
No, so what she just suggested, her recommendation has changed to the 3 that she just called out. So K-12.
This is for academic.
Yes.
So we got chronic absenteeism for academic. Okay, so I'll circle back with my next question since we changed that.
Commissioner McKinney.
You're gonna have to bear with me. I did not have my coffee, nor have I eaten. So I need clarification on all of those. So it's to decrease chronic absenteeism for K through 12 by 2%. Then it is to decrease for 3rd through 8th grade. What are we decreasing there?
In grades 3 through 8, decreasing the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels below.
By how much?
4%.
4%. Okay, and the last one?
Decrease, this is grades 9 and 10,
Mm-hmm.
decrease the number of off-track students by 1.8%.
Okay. So I do have some questions, mainly around the decrease 3 through 8 number of students that are 3 or more grade levels below. How is that measured for our 3rd through 8th graders?
So we would be using iReady, reading and math, and so there's a measure there that actually shares the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels below, and then we could see how many students we've been able to move. So iReady displays this.
Okay, so I ready the ELA and the math?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 3 or 4 grade levels below.
3 or more.
3 or more.
So meaning a student who is in 4th grade is currently performing on 1st grade level. We would want to reduce the number of students who are that many grade levels below.
Okay, so can you tell me the difference between, because I was just trying to make it easy for all of us, because I looked at the metrics that you did, the next level ready metrics for the end of this past school year. And just because of the issue that we don't have, the way that we have to evaluate on May 1st, we all acknowledge we won't have state level data, but I want to be able to see where we started and where we are going. So is there any particular reason, and maybe it's just language, that we can't use the percentage of students below the 65th percentile? Because I'm not sure how grade level correlates to percentile. I just want clarity around that.
So that's actually more probing. So first, if we can just get to, if it's something she said that you don't understand, like let's first just clarify what she's presenting. Now, you can challenge it all you want, but right now, just to make sure what she said, and I'm trying to figure out how to get it back in real time on the screen. So just what she proposed, is there a clarifying question? And the next one we're gonna do a probing question, but just right now, is there something that she said that people don't understand, need a clarifying around? Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah.
Commissioner Williams?
So since this is not a complete project, where do we get the information from with the measuring tools? What else have they measured and how do we compare it to other districts and who uses it? I've heard a lot about it already that has not all been good. So how do we come up with their instrument to determine this? I'm asking who can answer the question.
Qualified to answer that question, sir. So I would say we can come back to that because it's not really clarifying. I get it. And
Well, the clarification I need is the vendor that we're using to determine measure, and so making sure that
Yeah.
the data is comparable across this country.
yeah. So I want to
particularly
say, I'm not invalidating your question. The clarifying question would be, I don't understand chronic absenteeism, like what she's
I
proposed.
do understand that.
So then you don't have a clarifying question otherwise, but that is
But I
a,
don't understand the tools by which you're measuring.
yeah, so that's more probing, and we're going to come to that. Right now, it's just clarifying. She says something you don't understand. You just need a clarifying of what she's trying to do in those measures.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia?
Thank you. In the 3 through 8, decreasing the number of students 3 or more levels below by 4%, using end of last year, how many students, what's the number of students that you would project with a 4% decrease?
I have to get the actual numbers, but we landed last year around a 5% or so. Considering we have a few more students in terms of enrollment increase, We landed with 4% this time, but I can get the raw numbers.
So 5% of all students were 3 or more grade levels behind.
No, in terms of the movement. So the rate in terms of, let me make sure I understand your question then.
I'm going to say, just for easy math, there were 100 students who were 3 or more grade levels behind. I'm trying to understand what number of students will see a decrease.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. So that was the question I was answering.
Okay.
So if there were 100, then at least 5% of those did improve in terms of no longer being 3 or more grade levels below. And so instead of 5%, we've landed at about 4%, just looking at where we started at the beginning of the year, iReady this year, and where we think we can land by testing in February and looking at it from that perspective.
Okay. I think I am just looking for the total number of kids that we're predicting in that. And it
Get a raw
sounds like
number for
yeah,
you.
Yeah, thank you. And then I think this is a clarifying question. There is no K through 2 specific metric, and there is no 11-12 specific metric based on these. I know chronic absenteeism applies to all grades, but you don't have a specific goal called out for K through 2 or 11 and 12.
So I think the instructions given to me were, hey, choose 2 to 3 metrics for each one. So that's what we did here. I think if the board is asking, hey, for each specific component of the priority, then that's going to take me well over 2 to 3 metrics.
Sure. No, I just want to make sure that that wasn't. Are you prepared to have those, or I?
No, not today.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
So Amber and recall when we talked about no evaluation would measure every single thing, right, that a district this large does. And so you all agreed that the superintendent would bring what are indicators that measure we're moving forward. And so you assumed it wouldn't cover every single thing. Just
Commissioner Love, Vice Chair Love, I'm sorry.
This is a clarifying question, I hope. What baseline are you using the data on? You started here in April. April to when?
So for chronic absenteeism, it would have been where we ended at the end of the year.
Yeah.
For 3 through 8, it would be the beginning of the year from iReady, and then we take it again in February.
Can we
iReady
see
is the
the
next
data
test.
from last year?
So we shared that on just this week in that comprehensive file. I can forward it to you again.
I need someone to print it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Clarifying. That's all.
Commissioner Otey, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Board Chair. Superintendent, my question, because I was prepared to go through what we have here. I know we were making additional recommendations. Of course, chronic absenteeism is definitely of concern because our kids need to be present to learn. But I do think we still should keep these measures, grades 3 through 12, as far as measuring proficiency, because we have a huge and immense amount of students that are graduating and just simply not where they need to be. Now, I did see that you changed it to on track versus the increasing the proficiency levels, which I think that is needed for all grades. And so, of course, you know my concern with the tool that we no longer have for all high schools throughout the entire district, so that we can get an accurate measurement and not have to wait until the end of the school year to actually assess our students. It's not a very accurate way to do that. So that was my concern, just ensuring that we could still maybe keep these measurements in place and perhaps increase the percentage to maybe 5% versus 2%. Our goal is to be a stellar school district, and talking to parents change their addresses to go to different schools. And it's very alarming that we're only shooting we're shooting so low is for 2% when we should be shooting a little bit higher. So that was my question.
Yeah, so
As far
before moving into that conversation, I want to make sure, was there anybody else had a clarifying question? Because we can move into probing, that's a
Okay.
probing question, but if was there anybody that had a clarifying question?
Okay.
And not cloaked, not cloaking a probing question as a clarifying question. So clarifying, really, like, I don't understand what you said, or what do we mean by that? I'm not calling the order. I just want to make sure, because we do need to get into that conversation, but I don't want you to get deep in conversation and somebody's still over here saying, what do we mean by such and such? And that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to have it flow.
Commissioner Williams, is yours clarifying? Your question clarifying?
Clarification for me.
Yes, sir.
So my question is then, these percentages that we have, it's not a lot of movement in them. I see that, and I guess that makes sense. But will they be the same percentages at the annual evaluation?
Recall when we had the conversation initially, you were asking, hey, what are we even evaluating you on?
Yes.
There are no metrics. There's no data. So this data here wouldn't be available until December or sometime next year, right? Like as the state determines when they want to push out the information. So that was the reason of removing what you see on the screen. It is not because we would not be aiming to increase, because that's the only goal, right? It is because you won't have that available by the time we have to complete my evaluation. So it is with respect to the timeline that's been established for the evaluation, and less about, is this something that we're focused on or not?
Let me ask another clarifying question then. Do you suppose, as the superintendent, that it is appropriate to try and measure academic success at the first semester?
No.
And growth?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So, a clarifying question that could be helpful. Can you explain, so the K-12 decreased by 2%, the grades 3 through 8 decreased by below 4%, that are below by 4%, decreased off track by 1.8%. Can you talk to how that is statistically relevant? Because I think 2% can sound like it's nothing, but that 2% could be a whole lot in a year's growth,
Absolutely.
right? In this time growth. Why is that a fair and, in your mind, ambitious level of growth for this first year? I think that would be helpful, because I think it's when you hear 2%, 4%, 1.8%, that doesn't sound like a lot, and I think people are trying to grapple with that. So why those, and why you think it will be significant statistically?
I appreciate that clarifying question. So when we think about chronic absenteeism, I think we ended the year at like 30.1% or something like that in chronic absenteeism, with truancy being a little over 40-something percent. 30% chronic absenteeism, and in terms of the number of students, maybe the raw numbers will probably be more helpful, and I can make sure we provide that. But when we think about improving or decreasing, if you will, chronic absenteeism, it is literally day by day if a student decides if they want to show up or not. Chronic absenteeism is based on the number of students who are here at least 50% of the year. And so that's a major part of it. When we look at, or when I have looked at previous years over the past 5 to 7 years, chronic absenteeism has continued to increase. And so when we say 2%, this is incredibly ambitious, and we may fall a little short. If we maintain where we are right now, then we can hit this goal and probably a little higher. But 2% is really stretching it in terms of chronic absenteeism. When we think about decreasing the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels behind, when you are in 8th grade and you are reading or performing on a 5th grade level, and Commissioner Murphy, you've said this often about students being significantly off track in terms of grade levels. 3 grade levels is in 1 year is impossible. So to decrease the number of students who just fall 2 grade levels behind, just by 50 students, is something that is a tall task, because a student who is that far along in their path has a significant deficiency in terms of the amount of information that they have to obtain, one, but also demonstrate in terms of performance. The resources that we don't have and are unable to deliver to provide the type of supports that they need, meaning you need tutoring not just 3 times a week, you need it every day a week for more than 30 minutes, which is the bare minimum that research says will lead you to a semester's worth of growth. And so as we think about 4%, we are still stretching there for students who are 3 or more grade levels behind to demonstrate the type of growth that we're looking for. And so whereas it doesn't sound ambitious, we are really climbing a tall tree here. When we think about decreasing the number of students who are off track, for grades 9 and 10, in 10th grade, we already have students who are just waiting to turn 17 to drop out. And so to decrease the number of students who are off track, our best bet is freshmen, but I added the sophomores because if we can get both grade levels under control, then we stand a better chance for the lagging indicator, which is the graduation rate. We can determine that by looking at the number of students who are off track and or on track, however we'd like to look at it, in grades 9 and 10. And so in asking principals how many students have an F at quarter 1, that's how we dig into the granular level. So all of these are really stretching ourselves, and we could fall short, and for this to be in my evaluation, I'm okay with it, but it doesn't mean that we're not tracking everything else on our district scorecard.
Commissioner Murphy, is yours a clarifying question?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
it is. I think Dr. Fagans had already clarified that because I think that when our high school children, that 2% is stretching because when you have 12th graders that's reading at a 3rd grade level, that is a huge stretch. And so that 2% right there with the high school students, I agree with you on that because we are working with children and high school kids that are in the 12th grade that's not even on a 7th grade reading level. So that is a stretch for high school children. So we have to make sure that we get that data to see exactly where they're working at. But that 2% will be a stretch for high school students, just that portion right there. So I agree with that part.
Commissioner McKinney, is yours a clarifying question?
Just want to make sure I understood. For the 3 through 8, the decrease in the number of students 3 or more grade levels below is you're going to use the baseline beginning with this school year or beginning with how we left off last school year?
So we looked at the end of last year to determine what rate we were able to achieve, but we would measure it from the beginning of this year because they tested in August. So the percentage of 4% was arrived at by looking at, well, what were our gains last year? In this area, how much did we decrease? That's where we landed with the 4%. But in terms of the measure, that's in August. Students tested in August.
Okay. And then help me find out if this is a probing or base.
It seems that you can move into the
Probing.
probing, seems.
I have still got to wrap my mind around doing the grade levels as opposed to the percentile, because I think so. Help me to understand that, because we had we want to, I think it was decrease the percent of students below the 65th percentile in ELA. How does that equate to 3 or 4 grades below below? So help me to understand that, because if I look at the data from the previous year and how it was reported, I won't be able to see apples to apples if I look at it how we're proposing to do it now, and that's a little off. I think we need to be consistent. So tell me what the difference is. Help me to understand what the difference is between those two things.
You're asking 2 questions, and so part of the question, at least what I hear, and clarify if I'm off, is why grade levels? And so grade levels, when we think about the literacy law and retention, 3rd, 4th, 5th, like this is where our students are being held. And so the number of grade levels that a student is below is more significant in terms of knowing where they are. I think when we think about the 65th percentile, or if it's the 50th percentile, I'm not sure how we landed at the 65th. But the 50th percentile, I mean, we're talking about a nationally normed test, and so this is in comparison based on national. And so 65th percentile, meaning you perform, better than, that's what that is. But the 3 or more grade levels for us is more significant as we think about our deficiencies in literacy.
So let me make sure I understand 3 or 4 grade levels. Is this in testing, or we're holding students back? This is testing, correct?
Well, based on how you test determines if you are retained. And so iReady, in terms of the number of grade levels that you are not performing on grade level, that's what the measure is.
I'm going to have to ponder that a little bit. I have a question for you real quick. This is a little disconcerting with us having something that we're not talking about anymore, both for us and I think, do you have a document that has those that we can get uploaded so that we can see it and the public can see it as well? That would be great. If we could get it to, who do we need to get it to?
So we are working on that right now because that is a already uploaded document. And so, but I had another actually clarifying question too. And so we've been saying percent, right? And there's a difference in percent and percentage points. And so if we were just using the numbers that's there, 25.4 of the what's on the screen, the 2%, just using that, a 2% increase in the 25.4 would only be 25.9. You mean percentage points, which is a big difference than just percent, right? So where you proposed on the grades 3 to 5, let's just say if we were still using this, just since the numbers are there, there's a difference in saying 2% and 2 percentage points. And so to clarify, you mean points or percent of the total?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm
Percentage
saying?
points,
It's
yes.
percentage points,
Right.
which is
Definitely
much more
different.
aggressive than percent. That's what I'm saying. Part of the pieces around the confusion seem like you're just saying a 2%. 2 percentage points is
Definitely different.
much bigger jump than 2%.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
Commissioner Otay.
Thank you, Board Chair. Just wanted to just re-ask my previous question about why we're no longer using the growth proficiency. I mean, I do agree with these measurements as well, but I still think we should still use this measurement that you originally recommended, seeing as though, the teachers, principals are very concerned, as well as myself as a former educator. And you mentioned that we didn't have a tool to measure, that we're only looking, we don't get those scores until the end of the year. But if we were using the tool that we had in place, we would already have a 9-week assessment, and we could already measure where our students are currently and accurately if we had a consistent tool in place. And that's very important. And I know I get a little passionate about this because my sons go to school in their district. And again, people change their addresses to go to different schools in different districts because we're not aggressive enough with our goals. And I understand, the work that comes behind it. I'm willing to do that work as a parent and as a community leader. But I do think we still need to keep these measurements in place because that's a way to actually measure our students accurately and measure their growth. Now, iReady is an amazing tool, but it measures progression. It can be manipulated from what the teachers are telling me. And as a former educator who has used the program, that is actually a fact. So you mentioned the vendor last time in the last meeting, which was Mastery Connect, that we had and no longer have. We need to have something like that consistent across the district so that we are measuring our students accurately and so that we are able to measure our students according to the standards. Because right now what we're doing, it's not sufficient. And I'm hearing a lot of feedback from the community, from the teachers, from the principals. And they're asking to voice this and see if there's a way that we could actually get those tools back in place so that we're actually getting an accurate measurement of where our students are every 9 weeks like we were doing in the past.
We waiting on Ms. Hart. Hold on one second. I'm sorry,
Ma'am.
Commissioner O'Tay was asking questions and we wanted to make sure you were on with us. Commissioner O'Tay, I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm thinking that, and correct me, both of you all, if I'm wrong, that superintendent switched this to be more in line and aligned to what we have going on now. We have to have a deeper conversation about Master Connect and iReady. I understand that, but right now, this is what we have to measure with, because it will be hard to measure with Master Connect because unfortunately we're not using it at this time.
I guess my biggest concern, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I directly respond. Thank you, Chair. Just directly respond to your question in regards to why these metrics here were switched. Again, TCAP is what this is based on. These scores wouldn't be released, maybe July, if July at best. And so my evaluation is due in May. And so what I was sharing is with respect to the evaluation timeline, these were shifted. It is not that we are not chasing ambitious goals in these areas. It's just there will be no data available for the board to review. This is TCAP.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
is not.
So we're only measuring TCAP. We're not doing those assessments along the way, because it's very alarming to only measure TCAP. Our students can score higher if we measure them along the way. So I thought that my understanding was that we would be given an assessment or evaluating based off of the information that we currently have, based off of where our students currently are or have currently improved to from the time that you started. So it makes sense to use those metrics versus a metric that we don't have. And it also makes a lot of sense for our principals and our teachers to have that data so that they can also help improve our students' learning and our student achievement, because that is the focus. And lastly, I would like to say it aligns with the standards. We don't have anything that we're using right now that currently aligns with the standards, and that is very important. And so once again, I've had several conversations, and we're just trying to figure out how we can operate as a unit to get our students what they need and put our educators in an environment where they feel like they can thrive with our children. So I just, wanted to see if we can use these, we can have something that we can measure so that they can actually know where, because I can personally say my son has personally made amazing grades, and that was not a true assessment of where he was. So we need something back in place so that we are measuring accurately so that our students can go in the right direction they need to go.
One of the things, and this is in direct response to Commissioner O'Tay, but for the board, keep in mind, so your evaluation is what are you doing, just to give you a snapshot of is the district moving one way or the other. There's going to be immense amount of data, right, that the district is going to have. This is about when you're saying how the superintendent performed, these are the things we're going to look at. How the district performed, the state is going to tell you that. All of your teachers are going to tell you that. Like, there's a whole lot more comprehensive than what falls into this evaluation for this year. And you are frustratingly limited by time, by when the state gives information. This is your first one, both as a full board, as you're situated, and a brand new superintendent. So I don't want, resist the urge to think about this is the end all be all, in that once we do this, there's no other data that we'll have. So you're gonna do this form evaluation May 1st, but you're going to also be evaluating on May 2nd. And you're going to be also evaluating on May 15th. Like everything is part of the superintendent's going to constantly be coming. So as new data come in, as TCAP data, as all these data come in, the superintendent's going to be reporting to you. So you're still going to be analyzing and taking that into account, the performance of the district. So don't lose that. So everything you said is true. And it doesn't mean that those things are not important or that you won't take heed of it as a board. Right now, this is when we're giving a report card, if you will, about how in this leadership the superintendent has performed. These are the things that you're saying you will elevate as the temperature check of where the district is going.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Hart. Our teachers are also graded based off of our student achievement, which they were using that program. So we get several evaluations throughout the year as educators as well, and that those scores, the information from that was utilized to also measure our teachers. So there was several concerns around why we are not doing 9-week assessments, several concerns about that, because it just makes sense. It's the best way to gauge where our students are and get that additional resource or support or help, whatever we need to do, create IEPs, change the tools that we're using so that we can move our students forward. So that will be that question that I'm asking you, Superintendent.
We have Commissioner McKissick with a question. She's called in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to go back to just the, I guess this may be a clarifying and an expounding question as well, but getting back to the actual statistics, Superintendent, on how you selected these percentage points and how does it compare to other comparable districts of what is realistically expected. I know we've got great expectations for our students, but the data, which dates back for many, many years in many urban districts, it is what it is in terms of what is real, true, attainable growth, because these are students who have had challenges since before they started kindergarten. So I'm wondering, like, if you could explain how you came about the percentage points that you are presenting and how it's comparable to other like districts that are comparable in size and makeup.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McKissick. So again, just looking at previous performance of the district overall.
And if you're speaking, I don't think we've got the audio back. It seems like it may have dropped. Okay.
Testing. We're on now. Thank you for the question, Commissioner McKissick. So again, just looking at the district's performance in these areas in previous years is one, right? And so just reviewing chronic absenteeism, we know has consistently increased. So that in itself, just trying to decrease it alone is ambitious, but by 2 percentage points is even more incredibly ambitious. As we think about attendance across the country, it is a significant point of concern, and it is a pain point wherever we are across the country. So chronic absenteeism, the number of students who are missing at least 10% of the school year wherever, I forget the national data right now, but it is a challenge and a concern across the country. And so to say that we will, as a district, decrease our chronic absenteeism at all is a stretch. But by 2 percentage points, we are really believing in our strategies, the work that is being done in our schools right now, and our efforts that we will stand up on the other side of as we begin second semester, because that semester looks a little different. In grades 3 through 8, as we think about literacy, numeracy, just across the country, I think we all know the complexity of figuring out, A, where our students are, because every student is starting from somewhere different, but also what does it take resource-wise to bring any student, not just up to grade level, but to demonstrate a level of growth that is measurable. And so that in itself is a task. But to say that we are going to do so for students who are 3 or more grade levels behind actually exacerbates or intensifies a goal that is already difficult. I think we've shared the data that is national, but we can bring it back. This is a problem just across the country. Grade 3 by itself is a problem point because that's where the testing really begins, but it only gets progressively worse as students transition to higher grade levels. And by middle school, I would say that's probably where the greatest challenge is because they've gotten so far along in their career or in their educational path. And then certainly we know what that looks like across our high school spaces, which brings us to decreasing the number of students who are off track in grades 9 and 10. A first year student, if we get a better grasp on where they are in the first quarter for sure, but definitely by the end of the first semester, we stand a better chance of certainly increasing the number of students that continue to transition and graduate on time, and on time is defined nationally as in 4 years. But we certainly stand to decrease the dropout rate as well, meaning the number of students who leave us without a graduation, without a diploma. And so the off-track rate, meaning the number of students who are not satisfying the qualifications as determined by the state of Tennessee for graduation, decreasing that number from 11.8%, which was well over 4,000 students. I think it was about 44, so over 4,400 students in grades 9 and 10 who were off track at the end of last year. So to decrease that by 1.8 percentage points is a significant, task. These are incredibly ambitious goals, and looking at strategic plans or anything else, you very rarely see these numbers in these areas. But I believe in what we're doing, and if we fall short, it won't be because we didn't try.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fakins, for that clarification. I have a quick follow-up, just in regard to, since my colleagues brought up some concerns regarding the methodology or the testing platform. As a product of the school district and a parent of the school district since 2003, I've seen many platforms come and go, like iReady, Mastery Connect, all of those with my 4 children. So I know that it's not, no matter what the platform is, they change. They change over the years. And so I guess if you could speak to just why, or if you've connected formally with educators through our 2 teachers associations on their perspective in terms of as a part of that conversation. I know that Dr. Meyercole gave a really great report at the last board meeting regarding the approach, but just getting that level of feedback from educators in a formal capacity to hear what they are saying, as opposed to, because we could all get different sorts of feedback depending on, just from our own individual schools, but just in a formal capacity, the voice that speaks for educators. Have you had that conversation with them regarding that?
Is it ready? Yes, thank you for that clarifying question as well. I think when we think about formative assessments, these are locally controlled assessments. They can be manipulated. All things can happen. In terms of choosing to end a contract, I do want to be clear on the record. I didn't choose to end the contract. In terms of listening to teachers and principals, assistant principals, and meeting in the focus groups, this came directly from teachers and principals themselves. They believed that this was not the best in terms of that particular vendor assessment, but that aside, they wanted more flexibility into what they chose. And so I shared that with the board in terms of what schools were using and the various vendors, and I won't highlight vendors by name. However, that particular vendor still remains an option and opportunity for schools to use. What we're talking about here is the feedback gathered. Board Member Williams sat in one of the conversations. They walked through the particular curriculum where they believe some of the misalignment existed with some of the assessments, how we could be better about our alignment and allowing them to even create short cycle assessments, formative assessments in their building under the professional or with the professional expertise of our teachers themselves, with guidance from those who have the background at the district level, but also if we needed to go externally for those to come in, and I won't mention any vendors, but to utilize the support to accelerate as well as intensify the focus here. year. As it concerns, shifting and changing, the state measures us by TCAP and TCAP. That's not our choice. That is not up for, discussion for us, but that is what the state uses, is TCAP. And so those goals that were on the screen were based on TCAP, and they wouldn't be available until July. But in terms of interim assessments and what we use throughout the year, principals brought evidence of their formative assessments last week when we met with all 100 plus of them. They walked through the results and what they're seeing. They mentioned the discrepancies and the results that I'm seeing in iReady, and some concerns in terms of where our students are performing at the beginning of the year, which answered your question earlier, Board Member Williams, about should growth be measured in the first semester. Students are just coming back. It's the first few weeks of school. We didn't even have all of our students. Technology was spotty. There were a lot of different dynamic factors at the beginning of the year in any district, but certainly speaking specifically in what is experienced here. And so as we look at our mid-year in January, when the assessment is given again, and when the formative assessment of choice for our schools is provided, in addition to the formative assessments that they've been using, then we'll have a better understanding of where we are academically this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKissick. I want to apologize to Commissioner Otey. I did not know you had another question, so please accept my apology. You may go ahead with your question. I do apologize.
It's okay. Thank you, Board Chair. So my question, I didn't quite get an answer, or maybe I just didn't hear correctly. I understand that we're being graded based off of TCAP. I understand that these measurements are based off of TCAP. But in your contract, we have to measure you based off of your mid-year, right? And so I think it's fair to say that we do utilize something current instead of doing, maybe we use this for your annual versus the mid-year. Since we don't have this information, we use what we have or should have, which is a 9-week assessment by now. And again, I wanted to highlight a couple of reasons why we use those assessments as an educator. One reason that we use that, I want to make sure I don't lose my train of thought, is to make sure that the teachers have they're data driven to prepare those lessons. Again, we're aligned with the standards. We have a more proficient way of assessing our students across the district in ELA, math, and science. So my question is, we need something now, and I think it's fair and accurate to measure based off of the results that we have now or the results that we would have gotten within the last few months of your time versus something in the future that we don't have yet right now. This could be utilized for May. That needs to be a part of it. So maybe we replace that for now. We're not going to discount using the TCAP scores because we definitely need to make sure we have that, but we don't have it right now. And the students still need to be assessed. All high schools need a platform. I understand less than 50% have a platform right now. They're told that they have to pay for it themselves. And this is me actually talking to teachers and principals. Yes, some people did have issues. But one of the issues of changing a platform right now, almost in the middle of a school year, we have over 50% of teachers that still need to get their permits, so they're having a little bit of a hard time. So I know we're actively seeking programs to make sure that we can get those teachers licensed, because I know they want their licenses. So we don't want to make it more difficult to switch a platform mid-year, and then we don't have real-time grades for our students. We don't have real-time assessments straight across the board. And then there are concerns because they're being asked to then use money that a lot of schools do not have to purchase their own platform, which we've always provided that to our schools directly across the board. So my question and concern is, can we get something back in place immediately so that our students can be assessed, so that we can have real-time numbers and a student achievement, and teachers are able to better create their lessons so that we can actually provide the support our students need. And with it being over 50% of high schools that don't have an actual platform, because I saw that all of our elementary schools have that
Commissioner
already.
Otey, I want to stop you because I think that there's a misunderstanding, and so I understand, but it's a matter of time. So
Yeah.
respectfully, I'm
Okay.
gonna stop you. So what you're doing now is for the May 1st form evaluation. This is not about the data. It's about what happens. These data are what the superintendent is proposing when you are evaluating her in May with the quantitative data. This is what you would use. For for the informal evaluation, it is qualitative. It is just you all, however you decide to do it, you're going to say, so for instance, if you agree that chronic absenteeism is it, when you're having your engagement with the superintendent between now and the end of November, it is a conversation, or however else you're going to do it. It is I believe chronic absenteeism is, the superintendent say, at this point, I think we're on track, we'll meet this 2%. Or the superintendent would say, we're way off track, and here's what we need to know. It's more of an exchange. It is not going to be a rating. So this is about May 1st. And so what's proposed here is saying the initial, so because I did update it. So initially, the first proposed data recommendation was this. And it was using, as Commissioner McKinney pointed out at the meeting, that's data that y'all won't have by May. And so in response to that and some other feedback, the superintendent has said, let's do this. But this is still about May 1st. So when you say we should use this for your form, you're exactly right. That's what this is about. This conversation is about when you get to the evaluation where you're using that form to rate 1 to 5 or whatever this is going to be, this is for that.
Okay, so just for clarity, because one of the assessment part of the tool is academic achievement. We don't have a way to assess that currently in real time. Just for the clarification for those that are listening, we currently don't have that straight across the board, and we did have that. So that was my concern. I hear this is for the end of the year. I hear you, but what are we doing now? And again, as a concerned parent, as a former educator, to get us to that end of the year goal, I understand completely, but that was my question. And I'm being asked for a solution, ASAP. And if I was still in the classroom, I would be more pressed for one as well.
So I guess the question is, why do you think you don't have data now? So there is data. I mean, the students are assessed every day. I mean, they got report cards. There's all kinds of academic data that you have right now.
So it's not, if you look at the tool, and I've been in the classroom, so, using that tool, it's not, again, I'm using my own son. My son can get a straight A's on his report card, but that doesn't really measure where he is, okay? So the Mastery Connect gives him more of a clear, gives more data clarity across the entire district and scores us as a district currently in real time where we are according to state standards. We no longer have that. I think people don't understand that. And so we don't have a way to assess our students every 9 weeks like we would usually do. That no longer exists.
So one thing I would say, when you are doing an informative evaluation, you just provided data that you would want to share. So that informs what happens ultimately for the formal. You understand what I'm saying? So you just pointed out data that you were saying, here's a concern I have, right? That's a kind of exchange that you would have. But what you're saying, you're still asking for, how are we going to measure where students are? And the superintendent has answered that with this. This is what the superintendent's suggestion by May 1st to say, here are the indicators of how we're performing academically. And those are the 3 things that the superintendent is saying. Imperfect, absolutely. I remember one year we had an evaluation that we thought was going to be going to give us a hint to how our students was going to perform. Put a lot of money into it, and it came back. That formative evaluation indicated that our students would be one place, and they ended up in a completely different place, right? And so none of it is going to be perfect. You're exactly right. But right now, what you're saying, based on what we have, even probably considering what you just said. Here is what we're going to measure and how, and here are the vendors or the resources we're going to use, so that May 1st you can determine, is the district better off on May 1st than it was on July 1. Is really what you're trying to get to now. It is not a perfect, I mean, there's so much other data that you all are going to be looking at too, but I hear what you're saying. So then the other thing would be, you should be moving into recommendations at this point, because this is what the superintendent is now recommending. Move from the initial recommendation. If there are some others, because I think I would suggest that we take a few more, put a pincushion on this, and go to the other two and come back to see if we get movement, because I don't know how far off you may be, because you still have 2 more priorities on the quantitative, and we may have to come back to this. And so I would say a couple of more, and then and for people who may have a specific recommendation that's different than this, we should start putting those on too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can.
Okay, if it's, well, we can compress it and move on, because as it's been stated, we still have 2 more priorities, so we're gonna go as quickly as we can, okay? Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Williams, as fast and quickly as you can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the what we're trying to say here is that the pretest leads up to the TCAP, but we can't measure anything that we can't see. So it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, because we cannot see what we are measuring here. Even if we don't get to those percentages which we see on the board, at least we know where it is in real time when it comes to academic excellence.
Clarifying question.
Sure.
Are you asking for the baseline data for those 3 measures?
Yeah, that's the baseline data. And when it comes to, as Commissioner Ote said, Master Connect, because with Master Connect, it's still across the baseline, but it's still giving us a real time. So even with what we have here that Dr. Fagans has agreed to, or that we're talking about right now, even with that and Master Connect, we'll still have a way of looking at it 2 different ways.
May I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
So a question then is, in lieu of what you're saying you don't have, what is the data what supports this? Where are the data coming from to support that? What's the baseline? Because you might not have the tool that you're saying. That doesn't mean you don't have a tool. I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm saying that's a appropriate question. Mm-hmm. The question is, here are the 3 things. Dr. Fagan's like, absenteeism is a data, but I guess she's answered. She said, I ready, and then there's the off track. So I don't know if you're trying to direct something else. Like,
no, it's not so much directing something else, because when we talk about iReady, we've already know that there are some issues with iReady. Prime example with the iReady, and my son is in the school system. He scored high in science. Science is like 8th grade, 9th grade. Social studies was 9th grade. But when it got to reading, they said he is a grade lower, but he actually reads on a 12th grade level. So how is everything else above average, and then that reading comes down a grade below when he scored 9th grade, 10th grade on all of the other things? You see what I'm saying? That's where we're at right now when it comes to iReady, because it's not really giving us exactly what we are looking for when it comes to measuring our children. The question I'm asking. My son has an IQ of 150. My son has an IQ of 150. So with that IQ, high in math, high in science, high in social studies, but iReady said he's a 3rd grade reading level. He's 4th grade. Make that make sense.
So, and I hear you. Of course, I am woefully unqualified to make that make sense.
Right.
For you. But
make it make sense. I just wanted to make sense here.
Well, so for the purpose of this, though, So I guess.
But it all goes back to here because my son is a
hold
product
on,
of here.
Ms. Murphy, hold on, let her.
Yeah.
let her-
So what
let
I'm
her
saying is
respond to you.
is your question to the
little
superintendent.
excited.
I don't want to use iReady. Like I don't understand. Are you saying to the
No,
superintendent?
no, no.
iReady
I'm not
don't
saying
work?
I don't want to use iReady. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's some glitches in iReady because iReady is actually doing pretty good, but it's just some stuff that's just not accurate. So we can't possibly see the exact numbers in real time when it comes to that. Right. Right. I'm good.
As you go through your list, Commissioner McKissick is back in the queue too. She has a question.
Commissioner McKinney.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I am agnostic to a platform. What I am concerned about is that we're doing as much as we can to see the trajectory, the upward trajectory of our students using valid data. So I'm not here to say what it is. I'm here to say what we need to see. And so I think I would, I just pose to superintendent to consider that, because when you're using, just as an example, one tool over here and another over here, to your point, former Commissioner Tamika Hart, one is saying, oh, my kid is doing really well. The other one is saying maybe not. And then we can't compare between the schools. That we don't have valid data to compare across our grade bands in all schools. So I don't know what the solution is, because like Ms. Hart, I'm not qualified for that. But I want to make sure that we have consistency and validity of data, and so that we can get as much of a true picture as possible. So I'm going to say on the record once again, May 1st, having an evaluation for any superintendent is unfair, first to the students and then to the superintendent, because it is not giving any true depiction of what we have done over the years. So for the record, I am going to say we need to think about negotiating that differently, because this is causing confusion, and I don't want that to happen to our students and to our community. So with that said, here are my suggestions around this. I want to be.
Hold on,
Okay.
we getting a
we're not
little
there?
off because that's part of superintendent's contract. Let us try to get through some more of these, and we'll
No, I
come
know.
back.
I'm not talking about suggestions around contract. I'm talking about suggestions on the number one. Decreased chronic K through 12 chronic absenteeism by 2 percentage points. Is that what we made? Not 2%. Okay. I am still, somebody gonna have to help me with the 3 through 8 and the number of students that are 3 or 4 grade levels below, because to Commissioner Murphy's point, that can be a little, I don't know if we want to talk about the number that we started with as a baseline when we reported at the end of this past school year, so that's a true baseline and we're being consistent. So I would suggest we go back to that unless somebody has a different suggestion.
So just to clarify, do you have an issue with the measure or the baseline? Like clarify what
I have
you're.
both. I'm not because I'm not sure. It's not been clear to me. 3 or 4 or more grade levels below in reading and math. Maybe again, I didn't have my coffee and I haven't eaten.
What's
I'm not getting that. I get the 65 percentile, like the let me find it in my many pieces of paper. Hold on. I think it was 65%.
Yeah.
Below the 65th percentile. Do you have it? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
that was me writing it out fast. So
decrease the number of students below.
Who are 3 or more grade levels below.
And then the other one is decrease the percent of students below the 65th percentile. And so I'm just trying to, so that would mean we would have, first of all, I don't know how many students are 3 or 4 grade levels below. That's the first thing. I don't
So
know
that's
what
an
that
ask for baseline.
is. Yeah, I need I don't know what that is.
That's a baseline question.
Yeah, and so then, Secondly, so that I need to be
So
clear
let me
about
so
that.
let me ask another question. If you knew the baseline data, are you okay with is the measure okay? So if the
I don't.
superintendent said there are 5,000 students who are 3 or more grade below grade level,
I
three
don't-
grade levels below. So I'm in the 10th grade and I'm doing on 7th grade level work.
No,
and
no,
she's saying,
that's 3 to 8. We're on 3 8.
well, I'm just
Okay.
okay.
I don't know.
So I'm in the 6th grade and I'm on the 3rd grade reading. If she said there's 5,000 of them and she's going to decrease that by 4 percentage points, I'm saying, are you okay with that as a measure, or are you saying something is wrong with measuring that? So she's taking the number of 6th graders who are on the 3rd grade reading level.
I would have
decreasing
to
that.
see the data from the previous year for the 65th percentile. And to be okay, so I could see, I'm visual. I'd have to see them, because one could be 2,000 kids, the other one could be 5,000 kids.
So, okay, so I'm just going to keep probing. So
Yeah.
is your issue about, you don't think a measure of decreasing the number that are 3 or more grade levels below is sufficient, or it depends on how many are in that?
It depends on how many are we. I'm trying to get to the most students. I'm trying to make sure we're getting to the most
Okay,
students.
okay.
And so I need to know, is this more of our problem, or is it the 65th?
Got it.
That's what I need to know.
That's a clarification
Yes.
that the superintendent needed,
Right.
because it wasn't sure where. So she wants to respond to that. it
That's
seems like.
an excellent clarifying question.
Okay.
Yes, this is the bigger number.
That's what
65th percentile, pretty narrow measure. We're talking about like our higher performing students, and so the achievement of that. When we talk about the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels behind, again, and I shared earlier, I will get the raw number so you have just.
Can I have
you know,
both of those? That would be helpful for me. 65th.
I think you have the 65th because you pulled it from that, but I can share it
Yeah.
side by side.
I don't think I had the raw numbers in there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Then the decrease, the 9th and 10th number of off-track students, I would need to see what that trend is. Is 1.8% high, or is it being safe? I don't know. I don't know what the trend is. So I would need to know what the trend is, meaning what was it last year that the number, and did we, like, between 2 years, like, did we decrease that at all by 0.5% or 1%, or did we decrease it by 2%? We're going down to 1.8%. So what was it before, so I can be clear on that. Then the last thing, and I think Commissioner Hewitt Garcia brought this up, we don't have anything for 11th and 12th graders. And that is particularly a place and space where I'm going to really dig in. We just got the graduation rate back, and we're going up. We're doing a great job getting into the 80s of graduating our students, but our students are still not ready graduates. 26%, the last number I saw. So I would really like to figure out what we can do, focusing in on our 11th and 12th graders. It's not too late. So I would like for us to work on see a metric for 11th and 12th graders.
So I also, so clarification for the board. Let's take off the percentage. If the superintendent had said the measure for K-12 would be decreased chronic absenteeism. For grades 3 through 8, decreased number of students who are 3 or more grade levels below. And then grades 10, decreased off-track students. Like, so we can talk differently about the measurement, but the actual, that as a measure, are people okay with that? Like, because then you can spend more time on whether it's 2%, 10%, 5%, right? But it's just to get the clarification of where you really, how far apart or close you are. So K-12 decreased chronic absenteeism. Do people think that's a valid measure of academic growth for a school system, for this school system? I'm just trying to check the temp. I don't want a bunch of talking, because we'll be here all day. Just if you think that's okay, because then you'll know if you can get there tonight, because I don't know. Like the decreased chronic absenteeism, just kind of nod, yes, please don't speak, because it'll get too much conversation. All I'm asking right now, just a raise of your hand if decreased chronic absenteeism is a valid measure, a valid metric to follow.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good number. The next one, grades 3 through 8, decreased number of students that are 3 or more grade levels below. Is that a good measure that you want to look at this year? Again, you're not talking about 2 and 3 years from now, you're just talking about this year. It's okay if it's not, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, not a lot of support for that one. And then grades 9 and 10, decrease off-track students. Some support for that. So because it's far enough apart, can we put a pin cushion in this and go to the next priority and come back to this? Because and if you're far off on that one, then that'll give us an indication, then we'll move to the next one, just to see where we might be able to reach some agreement and then come back to that. We're okay with that? Okay, I think someone was, I know you had a couple of speakers, but I just wanted to, if your speaking is about this, let's come back to it. If you have a suggestion or whatever, let's come back to it so that we can move forward.
Michelle had a question.
But several other people did too, so I don't want to move in prematurely, but.
We
Go ahead.
move. I was like, why her light going
I just, I'm sorry, you all, I can't physically be present there, but just wanted to, what you said is exactly what I was going to say, that I think we don't want to get off track, because this is simply us deciding on the tool, and if the metrics are there, not into the more subjective aspects. I think that's what you mentioned, our informal check-in that we're supposed to have coming up pretty soon is for. That's why I advocate for meeting face-to-face, not via an email, not via a phone call, because you can really share your heart on some things that are of concern to you with the superintendent. But right now, we just need to give her, for us, not her, but also to us in the community, a formal objective look that is measurable of how she's moving the needle forward for this district. And to be mindful of that, this district has had challenges for a very long time. The data is there that predates Fagan's in the few months that she's been with the district. So I really would love for us to focus just on, is this tool, this temporary tool, because we said come January, we're going to start on the real tool to address how do we measure any superintendent, not just this one, but any superintendent moving forward for MSCS. Thank you.
So everyone's okay if we move on to our second? We'll come back. Priority 2.
Okay, the priority 2, which I didn't see any changes. Okay, so the second one, for recruit and increase the retention of the most effective district leaders and teachers in the nation of our students. The proposed quantitative measure, a 1% decrease of teacher vacancies in instructional positions, 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers, and superintendent, that's 1% percentage points or percent, like, so just to, because that could be different, so. Okay. Yeah. So you can go ahead, like the first time, go ahead and speak to this, and then we'll bring them in.
So we didn't change anything here in terms of recruitment and retention. 1% decrease in the number of teacher vacancies in instructional positions, and a 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers. And again, we'll add the raw numbers just so it's clear.
Just like you just did, probably, yeah. Why? And also the significance of 1% and 2%, so that it's not seeming like that's not a lot, or, what is your measure of the statistical significance of that?
Yeah, so when we think about teacher vacancies, and this is in instructional positions, we know, and I share this data point every month, where we are. And so as we think about the number of teachers that we have that can retire, the number of teachers that we have on permit, and then certainly that juxtaposed to the number of vacancies that we have, in addition to the number of true vacancies that we have, and not to confuse anyone, but the true vacancies versus the actual vacancies is just a little different. And so when we think about a 1% decrease, it takes into consideration all of those moving parts. We had about 374, 360, 77. A little off, 377, and so to decrease that by 1%, I think we understand we're talking about at least 37, vacancies, which is tough when 67 of them exist in exceptional education, and there's not much I can do about that in this moment. In addition to our elementary education, which is incredibly tough to recruit to as well. So just thinking about the areas where the vacancies exist also allowed us to land at this particular percentage. When we think about the number of unlicensed teachers, that's our teachers who are in the educator preparation pathway. We know we have several thousand of our teachers who are not yet professionally certified. And so when we think about that number, to decrease it by 2% is pretty significant. And that is a high bar. Just thinking about the number of third year, as we talked to principals just last week, not very many of them are on track to cross the finish line and receive their professional license. And so this particular percentage is wildly ambitious.
I apologize. Commissioner McKinney?
Thank you. You said something that I really like, and I'd like to add in that, that the decrease is of true teacher vacancies, because we can have vacancies and those can go away by just eliminating the position. So it's true teacher vacancies. The next thing, I want us to be a little more tight on the second one about the decrease the number of unlicensed teachers, because what I do know with permits, if you have 3 years, then that drops them off. Or if you're not, and I think a law just passed this past July that allows them to stay an extra 2 years if they perform in a certain manner and have a degree. But I want to make sure that so basically they could drop off by themselves. So I would like to suggest that we think about, we're going to decrease the, we're going to increase the number of permit teachers to licensed teachers or something like that. So that we are taking some ownership of that. But I want to just make sure, because they could just drop off because they don't pass the praxis after whatever number of years they can do. So I would like for us to think this through a little more nuanced when we think about unlicensed teachers and decreasing that number.
And so, if I may, a clarification, I guess, Dr. Fagans, for both of those, how does this come about? So how does the 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers come about, right? What is the intentionality of the district in doing that? Like, how do you expect to get there? Are there activities, and some of that, keep in mind, there's a baseline and there's still the evidence that you'll get. So just to understand, this happens how? Like, who's doing what to make this happen?
Like, what are our efforts? Yeah, so, and I think when you're sharing, hey, they could just drop off, they could, but we'd still have to fill the position. So wherever there is a teacher who has a permit, that is a real vacancy. So if they do drop off, I still need someone, and they could still be unlicensed. So the goal is still the same, to reduce the number who are not certified. So if they drop off, I'd ideally want to, fill the position with someone who is certified. But to get to this, and then I know you have, unless you want to go now.
No, as you think it through.
Yeah.
I want us to be more proactive and innovative, since we've got big ideas now. You got a new board, new superintendent. How are we going to hold ourselves accountable for those permit teachers and saying we're going to do everything we can?
Yeah. So that's what I'm
So I want that to reflect that, if we can. That measure. How do we write that metric to reflect that responsibility and obligation that we will take on that?
So, Dr. Fagans, if that was read as increased number of licensed teachers, what would the measure be? Because it's not the same as it wouldn't be 2% increase in like if you were reading it as an increase in licensed teacher, with the measure is not the same as a 2% decrease, right? I guess that's kind of the.
So if I increase the number of licensed teachers, that's easy. To decrease the number of unlicensed
that's what I'm saying.
teachers
So to
is
help
hard.
understand why this measure is this way and not saying I'm going to increase licensed teacher, what's the difference in saying it that way in the way we just said it?
So if we have 374 vacancies, I can just make sure we fill all of those with certified teachers. That doesn't decrease the number of unlicensed teachers, because we still have more than 1,300 who are unlicensed in a role. So the goal here is based on our efforts. Central office has taken on offering more praxis workshops. We've changed our language from we suggest and encourage to required and having the mandatory meetings. We've broken down by years. So year 1, you should take these particular exams. Year 2, you should take these particular exams, which frees up year 3 to either retake or you're just teaching and prepared to exit and have your professional certification. And so we have stood up an ownership, if you will, because I do believe it is part of our responsibility. If we're paying you on a teacher's salary, then let's ensure your success along the way. But the number of unlicensed teacher is the opportunity here because we have more than 1,300 who have a permit. And as you shared earlier, they could drop off. Several of them are getting to their 3rd year and either, hey, I've had to take the praxis so many times, education is not my thing, or I'll go and be an assistant, or I'll go to be an attendance liaison. They're choosing something else or leaving the district in general. And others who are level 5, as you brought up the new law, and they get the additional 2 years. But if we think about it, we've invested at least 3 years in a teacher, and then it's some in 5, and they still leave us. And so that's the reason for choosing the decrease. But if I flip it, it's fine. We can do that. It'll just look a little different.
Yeah, I think it's more of, I guess it's saying to your point, we have all these permit teachers and we're doing some things to get them where they need to go. So maybe just being real direct and saying we're going to increase the number of our permit teachers to licensed teachers, something to that effect. Just being very direct about it. And that says we're going to do all those things to make sure that you're here. We put an investment in you for 3 to 5 years, and we're going to make sure we're going to do everything we can to get you across the finish line so that you are a licensed teacher. You come from a permit to a licensed teacher.
I don't know that I'm hearing a distinction, Commissioner McKinney. I think unlicensed is just that. You're either licensed or you're not. And the only way to really teach is to have a permit in terms of being in an instructional position is to have a permit if you're not certified, if you're not licensed.
I'm trying not to get into semantics, but I want to be clear.
I think
and so basically what I'm saying is, and I think we're saying the same thing. I just want it to be clear for all of us and anybody else who is going to be looking at our metrics of what we're doing. We are committing to increasing the number of permit teachers who get licensed. That's what I'm asking.
I mean, if that is the way that it is desired to be written, that's fair.
So I think it's just that's the measure. There be the evidence of how this happens. And so part of it is, if you look at those together, they're reinforcing. I mean, if the 2% happens just because people quit, then that's 1% decrease of vacancies is not gonna, so it's reinforcing. And so, part of it is piece of what the helpful piece was around, we're saying we're gonna transition unlicensed teacher into licensed teacher. Not that there's going to be some firing. We're just going to fire 2% of the unlicensed teacher, and that's how we get it. Can't do that, though, because then you mess up your 1% decrease of teachers. So that's what I'm saying. If you take this as a whole, you're taking your entire evaluation as a whole, right? Can't do that. Just go fire 2% to meet that. Going to completely mess up the first one. And so by talking, so now once this is set, your conversations are going to be centered, not all the time, like probably in January, we'll come back and say, look, we had 100 new teachers who were unlicensed get their license because of this, right? These are, once you have this, you're setting for what are we working against this year, and you'll start getting that kind of data. That at least that's where your meetings and stuff should be centering on that. But Dr. Fagans, if you're just reading it, it just seems like, oh, this is not effort on the district. This is just an exit plan. But an exit plan just doesn't get you there. If it's just they're firing 2% of it because it doesn't get you there because you still have the vacancies. But when you're talking to about the effort, so if to get to 2%, it's probably a certain percent that you do need to pass the praxis by such and such time. And then what kind of support are you giving or encouragement? Some of the things you just said. And so I think it's more comprehensive once you all set, this is what we're doing, then the picture will be set, because you'll start centering your conversations, I hope, and your meetings will start reflecting some of these things. But is that clear?
Maybe, I don't know. So I think if we say 1% decrease of true teacher vacancies is what I think Dr. Fagans acknowledged. Again, the 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers. I'm literal, and like to be very clear.
So be literal and be clear.
I just did.
But you haven't, so do it
I
again.
said, let me try it again. 2%, what did I say? I wrote it down somewhere. Where did I write it?
You got so much notes.
I know I got all my notes.
Me too.
Anyway, the increase, I would just like the number of, where did I write it? Stephanie, you take my paper. Come back to me when I find my notes, and I'll give it back.
I think that if the preference is for us to focus on teachers who have a permit, then we change this language. It does narrow it, and it's just a focus on teachers with a permit. I'm fine with that, but just how it is written now is just in general that we want to decrease the number of teachers who do not have a professional certification, right? So like they can go together, but they're different. So if all of us here are on the permit pathway, then what you're asking me to do is, hey, focus on those who have a permit, making sure that all of us transition to having our professional license. No worries, we can do that. If it is left to unlicensed teachers, that means, hey, with all of your recruitment efforts, just want you to decrease the number of individuals or positions that are not licensed, meaning they could be vacant right now and you fill it with a teacher who is certified. You get what I'm saying? Like they're two different, go the same, but they're two different measures. And so if that's the reflection point, that's good dialogue. I just want to know, what's the focus that the board would prefer to see. The overarching goal for us is just to ensure that we fill all of our positions with a certified instructor. How we place it in the language here, I'm okay with it with either way. You go with how this is, and then adding the true?
Okay, we have Commissioner Porter in the queue he has a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Porter.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Just trying to get some talk time in. But so I think one thing that'll help with this particular slide, because I didn't see it, where we can consider some sort of goals to increase teacher retention for high performance teachers. I don't know if this will be on the next slide, or we're going to actually talk about that. I think that will actually help, with for me, with the evaluation tools. And also when we're talking about 1% decrease of teacher vacancy instructional positions, just kind of narrowed it down to like the math, science, and special education vacancies that we have. I think it'll clarify, at least for myself, when I'm going in and doing my evaluations. That's all I have for this slide right here.
Thank you. Commissioner Huey Garcia. Did you want her to respond, Commissioner Porter?
She should. Yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute, she didn't respond
I
to
think
him.
you wanted a response.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Commissioner Porter, good to hear from you. I think if you want us to narrow it down, you really make it easier for me, respectfully. If we just need math and another subject, I'm fine. This is just across the board, the number of instructional vacancies that we have across any core subject. We're saying that we need to and desire to decrease that by 1%. And again, we'll provide the raw numbers. But if it is, hey, drill down some more, which is a fair ask, to math and whatever the other desired area is, then open to that conversation as well.
Yeah, no, and I agree. It's just because we're going to keep circling back with the same questions about, okay, what does that look like? What does the 1% and 2% looks like? So I think, yeah, like you said, going forward, it's just a PowerPoint presentation. Going forward, yeah, we can just narrow it down so we can say, okay, hey, we want to increase, okay, so we want to decrease the 2% or decrease the 1% in math teachers, science teachers, and special education teachers. So it just, yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Saying the same thing. You're actually not saying the same thing, and so you need to get the clarification on that, because if you understand, I'll let the superintendent speak for herself, but you're not actually saying the same thing. So please clarify that.
Well, I think in general for me, so that's one thing. So two questions, two statements rather. I just want to say, consider the goals to retain high performance teachers. I just want to get that into the evaluation tool as well, where we're talking about decreasing the teacher vacancies, but we also need to talk about increasing the teachers, the high performing teachers. So we got to, it's just to balance the conversation that we're talking about there. And just overall for me with the percentages, if we say something like 3%, I think it was there earlier, and I agree, but what does 17% look like in the district? So I think just in general, people get caught up in percentages. So for example, 17% of Tennessee children, K through 12, youth are responsible for taking care of themselves after school. That's just a general statistic. But what does 17% look like? That's 170,000 students across this district, across the state rather. So it'll make it more real for me as to, okay, this how we are measuring everything. So I'm just talking about percentages. I'm asking a question about, hey, how are we retaining high performance teachers? And I'm also saying it would help the evaluation tool if we say, okay, we can decrease the number of unlicensed teachers, and we can decrease the teacher vacancies, but also just narrow it down to like the math, science, and special education vacancies, just to keep those, just to keep the high performance teachers increased. Retained. So I'm really talking about three different things, but that's basically what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to get all this before, because I know it'll be probably another hour before I get a chance to speak.
Chance to speak as soon as you indicate that you need a chance to speak, my friend.
So I think that I just want to ensure that the goal is okay with the board, but like the strategies, if there's some conversation like about that's different. If the goal though is okay, that we decrease teacher vacancies and instructional, positions is fine, then that's fine. But if it is, hey, I want to see us decrease the number of teacher vacancies in math and exceptional education instructional vacancies, then that's a different goal. Same area, but it just changes the goal. If we're talking about unlicensed teachers, I've given that distinction already, but I also heard I'd like for us to focus on increasing the number of high-performing teachers. That sounds like, hey, I want to see the number of level 4 go to 5, or something like that, and we just did not include that on this round, but it is something that we're tracking overall. It's just not something we included to measure in the superintendent's evaluation. So if the board is fine with these as goals, we're fine there. But if that top goal in terms of vacancies and instructional positions, if the appetite is to shift and deepen it or to narrow it to some area that is specific, then I would just want to hear that from the majority.
Commissioner Hill-Garcia, Commissioner Love.
That's it. This conversation clarified all my concerns, and I like how they're mutually dependable or dependent on each other. I shared this with you in a one-on-one that it would be my desire to see the percent increase for TVOS level 3 and then level 4 and 5, seeing that growth. To board member Porter's point, effective educators, because we do have permitted teachers who are also effective too. So I want to make sure that we could also focus our support there, but I know you're tracking that. Am I correct, though, that a May 1st evaluation would not allow us to measure that, even if we were all in agreement? Like, TVOS scores?
You are correct.
Okay. So I just, for consideration in our future revamp of this process or timeline, I think there is an appetite to measure that formally. Thanks.
Commissioner Murphy.
I don't know if it's a question or a clarity, I don't know, but we have 1,300 unlicensed instructors, correct?
I can get the accurate number, but it is well over. It's about 1344 or something like that. But it
Okay.
is-
Okay. So with that 1,300, and I wrote my notes here. With the 1,300 unlicensed teachers, my question is, will we let professionals just leave because they can't pass the test? Because if we do that, that means we lose teachers, and then the shortage of teachers then gets stronger. So,
yes, ma'am.
yes, but I know it's state law, but I just need the timeline on which we are trying to get all of these teachers licensed. And I know that's a stretch, but that was one of my questions.
So, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Murphy. To be clear, you're talking about the teachers with a permit, right?
Yeah, with the permit, yeah.
So they initially have 3 years. And so what we've done at central office level is to define in those 3 years how we think you should move so that in year 3 you can have what you need. And so if there are 7 tests that you need to take, because the number of tests, differ by licensure, then you need to take 2 here and 2 here. And so we've just given a sharper pathway forward for teachers to that very reason, because it is state law, but we still petition the state for an exception. You can only tell us no.
Yeah.
They understood the 2-year extension for those who are level 4 and 5, I think. I know it is at least level 5. I think it's 4 and 5. They were able to stay an additional 2 years, and so we've considered the additional praxis support we provide. We've thought about what tuition reimbursement could look like, because some are leaving the pathway after 3rd year because the degree itself is is expensive. So we are thinking about different ways to support so that we don't lose as many. But our starting point this year was to at least put into some measures for 1st, 2nd, 3rd year to provide a clear way forward in terms of balancing out your tests, because we have several 3rd year who haven't taken their first test. So those are some of the ways we've worked on it this year as we strengthen it. We also, as we shared, will submit our intent in December to the state, and then the official application in January to become our own EPP, so that in specific high opportunity areas that we can actually provide the licensure ourselves as a state approved entity. So I believe that will help us as well as we think about being innovative, as you mentioned, Commissioner McKinney, as well. So we're thinking and working, but we're working against the greater number, the larger number being 3rd year right now, and what that will look like at the end of the year.
Okay, so for clarity, after the 3rd year, they can ask for an extension if they haven't passed the test.
If
they can get an extension.
If they are level 4 and 5, I think it's for TVOS. If 4 and 5, it's level 4 and 5, then they can get the 2-year extension.
Okay. So
It's
after
called a limited license.
Okay, so after the 2-year extension, if they still haven't passed the test,
We lose them.
we lose them. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thanks.
Commissioner Williams?
Have you considered that we have a number of, the first question, how many teachers do we have at this time eligible for retirement?
I did just ask this number. Let me get it to you as soon as it's sent to
My
me.
concern, my question about that is this. When you look at the attrition rate from this district of teachers, it's typically confined to a few buildings. And that means that we have some buildings that are not as suitable as others for people to work in, and where they have options. Certainly when they can retire, they will retire. But if they're in a pleasant environment, they tend to stay. And I would request of you that you find out where these mass exits are in this district, the schools, and put some leadership in there that can retain, attract, and hold teachers. Because I can tell you, teachers leave hellholes. They get out of there as quickly as they can, but certainly if they can retire. And there's known pretty much where they are. So I would just challenge you to find that out, and in that way, you probably can hold on to teachers longer than their 30-year retirement time.
Yes, sir. In alignment with what you're sharing here, first, there are 1,530 teachers that if today they decided they don't want to do this anymore, they would leave us. To your second point, I review a report daily of grievances, and I track and take a review overall, looking at schools who could prove to have a high opportunity there of a lot of movement or a lot of concerns being brought by staff in the building. So that is something that I've been looking at since April.
And if you could identify those, you could solve a lot of problems.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Otay?
No hold. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I know we're going over measurements for the annual assessment, right? And so let me ask you this. Where are we currently with the 1% decrease of teachers and 2% of decrease of unlicensed teachers?
That changes every day. Every time someone, every time someone separates.
So where are we, where were we last, when you last checked?
So when I shared the report with you all last week, I can go back into that board insight, or last month. I share it every month publicly, but I can go and check and see what the baseline was.
I don't remember. Okay, while you're looking for that. Yeah, another question. Okay.
Superintendent, I have a question. It says the retention rate of the most effective district leaders and teachers. What about the district leaders? There's nothing to address in the metrics. There's nothing to address our district leaders.
What would you like to see there, Chair?
Well, first of all, the measurement of how our district leaders become our district leaders. That's somewhere to start. And the effectiveness of our district leaders.
So, in all transparency, I did not include anything regarding how we measure them, because when I asked about evaluations when I first arrived, that was a little spotty. So I didn't want to hold that over anyone. So as we work this year to ensure that we're doing it with integrity, evaluating at each point throughout the year, I think we have something on the other side of this year. But in terms of if you want to just see something baseline, I can entertain, what those areas could look like. But to your I think your opening question was about a metric for how they become district leaders. Can you expound on what that might look like?
I'm in the classroom for 6 or 7 years, and now I'm ready to go to the district.
How many people make that transition?
How many people make that transition, and how is that promotion even granted? Because I've been sitting in this classroom, and I'm doing things here. Now I'm ready, but am I ready?
I think that's a bit more,
I mean, not necessarily that when they come here to the district.
Would you like to know, could this sound something like the number of internal employees, I guess it would be campus-based, school-based employees who seek or apply for a central office position? How many of those are hired or offered? Is that
that's a
point?
valid point, and because I'm looking at the teacher vacancies, if we take 20 people from out of schools and bring them to the district level, how is that affecting the teacher vacancies and instructional plans?
It all impacts, like all of it works for us, against us, but it also speaks to, we don't want to hold people back because of one goal, right? And so if you are the most qualified person based on whatever the job description states, and you are selected, the question that we often ask principals or our leaders is, do we have a backfill? So do we have someone already that we can transition into this role so there isn't, a gap there, without denying, Miss Doris Coleman, the opportunity to advance, because that is also why people leave the district.
Okay, thank you.
But to make sure I hear the measure or the metric that might be desired by the board, is it the number of school-based leaders who apply for a central office position who are actually offered? And I'm just looking right at you because you're right here. Is that, sorry, we connected there for a moment.
I don't desire to see that because I reject the notion that teachers aren't leaders. I think our most effective leaders, and that's not what Ms. Coleman was
That's
saying.
not what I'm saying, don't
But when I think about what we have to do to move student achievement, there doesn't seem to be a lack of talent for open promotion roles. I mean, we might want to establish a process or pathway, a clear pathway, but we have been able to put talent in positions. So doing that differently is not going to change student outcomes to me, and that doesn't seem necessary to put into this metric. One recommendation, I think, to just get a baseline of what teachers feel is possible, or other staff who are wherever you're at in the district, if you are seeking a promotion, I believe that's part of culture. So if there is even, we had talked about establishing a staff culture survey, if a quantitative metric here could be just a date driven of which we would establish getting a baseline, can we put that in this? It's a
I think that when you brought up including the culture climate survey, that it wouldn't be in my evaluation, but we would do it.
Yes,
I
just
think that-
establishing the process would be meeting the metric versus the results of that staff, so you can measure whether that was done. Does that make sense?
I'm lost. Amber, help me.
So if I say by April, 30th, I have a process and timeline and have administered a staff culture survey, just to know that you're held accountable for getting it done, but those results are not put into.
No, that's including it in my.
No, and you all have to establish how how to administer the survey, which is different than what the superintendent is measured by. So the survey you're doing is information gathering, and it's not. So you have. So
No,
first,
I think the development of it as a metric to make sure that it is done.
So no, that's not the soul of the superintendent. Should not be. So first, make sure you're not just doing all these in isolation. You have an entire rubric around staff relations, if you recall. This one is about recruitment and retention, right? And so keeping it focused on that. Now, it's a fair question to say it doesn't include district leaders, but the superintendent also may have a fair answer of why she did not include the risk of recruitment and increase the retention of district leaders and teachers, right? So it's not about how somebody become a district leader. Like, you couldn't even really measure that in a one, that's not either you did it or you didn't, right?
Thank you.
So this one is recruit and increase the retention of the most effective district leaders and teachers. And keep in mind, your evaluation don't always measure everything, but the superintendent included teachers for a reason and not district leaders, and you should give her a chance to say why she didn't do district leaders, because there's probably a reason that she didn't.
That was my main question. I'm not here to bash a teacher. Every teacher deserves to go as high and go as far as they desire to go. So clear Doris Coleman's name. That's not what I said.
Well, and if I'm just going to speak up for teachers, most of them just want to stay teachers and want y'all to pay them well to be teachers.
And I just want to clarify that I know what my comments sounded like, and I apologize, Chair Coleman. That was not my intention. I wanted to be clear that that was not my intention, but also the focus.
Both of y'all lost me, but I understand that. But thank y'all very much for clearing that up. Thank you.
So the question I think I hear on the floor is, why do we choose teachers? So we can't do this work without teachers. If we're talking about the North Star of student achievement, we're talking about teachers. We're talking about highly qualified teachers, and what that truly means as we think about the impact on the results that we see with our students. Like it's all intertwined. Every day, and we talk about this often, that a student doesn't have access to a teacher in general, a certified teacher, then we know the impact that it has on their performance, and certainly the environment itself. Most teachers, as you've lifted, want to be in the classroom doing great work. That's where the magic is. They just want to be supported with the resources, be it financial, social support, respect, more days off if you what they've shared with me, but they want just a better environment itself. and to know that the field itself is respected. And so that's what we're working on there. If we decrease the number of teacher vacancies, we also lift the load of the teachers who are in the building, who are having to cover classes and aren't able to effectively deliver the instruction for the class that they show up for every day. If we decrease the number of teachers who do not have a license, we also decrease our investment over time in terms of our return on the same. I won't go into the number just yet, but I will share that with the board ultimately about our investment financially, the number of teachers or that have a permit that we have lost, and what that has looked like for us financially as well. And so as we think about fiscal responsibility and the financial health and wealth of the district and what we could do with the funds, there's just a lot of conversation here. If we get it right and better with the number of teachers that we have, decreasing the number of vacancies in high opportunity areas, and we increase or decrease the number who have a permit, meaning they transition, for better words, not out, but they transition into having a professional certification, I think we get home, just a little faster. To the point that you asked, though, Chair, about district leaders, because it's not absent of a focus on our district leaders. We have established additional pipelines because what I heard from central office is, hey, we love the district. We just don't have a lot of room for growth. So what could advancement look like? And so what I've shared with talent management, as well as our Office of Performance Management and Leadership, good evening, is how do we expand our ways forward? And then as an individual enters the district, they should be able to see a way forward and upward. Whether they choose it or not is not on us, but they should be able to see, if I start as an advisor or I start as an educational assistant, what are the different routes that I could take to move through the system, whatever that might be. That could also be at the school level. There are multiple ways to remain in your school and still be in leadership roles and be compensated properly for the same without feeling like you have to go to central office to get more money or whatever the case may be that it has been perceptually. So just want to make sure that it is clear that we have expanded our pipelines in terms of leadership, with a focus on district leadership and pouring in to the same, because they have lifted professional learning opportunities as a great opportunity as well.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to, were there other questions? on
Yes,
this?
I have.
My light is on.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. You don't got to snap at me. I asked if there are other questions. Everybody calm down.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Otay. Those are the last four.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Superintendent. I think you answered Commissioner Williams' question about the hellhole. That was good to my spirit, Commissioner Williams. That was good. But I think that some of our issues, and I don't think we brought this to the table yet, that some of the absenteeism that we're dealing with is some of our students being suspended for 38 days, 40 days. I've been dealing with that with some of my students at the schools. It minor fights. They're not suspending them for 3 days or 5 days. They're suspending them for 38 days, 40 days. And so that adds to the absenteeism, that adds to that. So what are we going to do about that? Because I think that we need to have something in place for that. That's too strenuous for our children that can't read and write. And if they get into one small incident, then they're suspended or expelled for 40 days.
So may I say, so that's another meeting though. We need to
Yeah,
be
but
on
that's
the
part of the
evaluation.
truancy and the absenteeism that we deal with
Yeah,
right
but
now.
it's not part of the evaluation instrument. You're right. It's a substantive piece of the measures and the work, but
Right.
not the form. So I'm going to ask that we hold off on that question. We need to stay on because we're already at time and you have another meeting. So
Yeah.
on the form, on the measure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because that is part of why we seeing so much with the absenteeism, because that's part of it. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
added
important.
to it, but it is part of it. So
It's
that's why it
important.
makes it so high. So it needs to be there.
But it's not about the measure. So you're going to measure absenteeism. You agree with that? I'm saying right now we're still trying to finalize the quantitative measure, not the how or the why, but the actual measurement of it.
All right, come on with it.
Commissioner Vice Chair Love.
Clarifying question. You stated, clarifying question. You stated the district leaders, they don't have a evaluation tool?
No. Thank you for the clarifying question. So there is a tool in place. It was a matter of everyone utilizing the tool in terms of completing the evaluation in such a way that you could actually review it and have full confidence that it was carried out the way that it should have been. So,
A comment. I've been asking for the evaluation tool to be changed many years. I think that the superintendent's evaluation tool should marry that of the central office. And everybody that has an input on teachers, they do what they're told to do, not what they request to do or vice versa. They do what they're told to do regardless of if it has a lasting impact on the kids. I think that the superintendent's evaluation should marry that of the central office staff, and that should be included in the teacher's evaluation. Because let's just keep it real. If you were a good principal in South Memphis and you are elevated to the central office, South Memphis and North Memphis are totally different. And they have some unique characteristics, but they're totally different. But that is how I view it. The teachers take the blunt end of the scores. The district.
Thank you. So again, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Those substantive questions about what needs to happen after y'all get this evaluation set, that's for another meeting.
I just want to be on record.
I know. So can I ask everybody else, unless you're on the record about this instrument, it's not time to be on the record right now. I appreciate it, but we got to get through this. And you have another meeting. So I appreciate it.
As long as she stated it, that's all that matters.
You know, just appreciate it. But I'm asking that, like, respectfully, can we move this? Are we good with this? And also something on my heart, I just want to say, please don't call our schools, insult our schools. Our schools that are struggling, they don't deserve to be called anything other than they're challenged. There are people working hard every day. So it hurt my feelings to hear calling out a school.
That wasn't about, that's the one
So
that's.
I'm not talking to you, ma'am. I'm just making a statement.
I'm just saying, that's
Yeah.
not necessarily calling out a school. He was just
Commissioner
saying to have
Murphy.
a better work environment.
Commissioner
appreciate it.
Murphy. Commissioner Murphy.
No.
I'm just saying. That's not what he was saying. That she can't do that because that he was saying to get them out of a bad working environment. He wasn't downgrading the schools. He was just saying it's a hellhole. It's a bad.
The
place to work.
operation of the
That's what
school.
he's saying, the
And
operation
Mrs.
of it.
Hard
He
is not
wasn't
here to
downgrading.
tell us what to
Murphy.
say and when to
Right.
speak.
Let's get it right.
So I got it where I wanted to get it. I heard what I said and I
think you
made my
have.
comment.
And I made mine too. That's not what I'm
Exactly.
Commissioner
saying.
Murphy.
And so we're moving forward.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Murphy.
And I'm coming in respect. So I come with respect.
I'm in respect too.
Miss Murphy, I'm not talking to you, ma'am. Thank you. So we're moving
Calm
forward.
down.
Thank you.
Everybody
So,
take a deep
I
breath.
stand.
Just calm
Yes.
down.
Exactly. And so,
This is too important for us to sit up here and do this. Calm down. Just take a breath.
yes. And keep it about the district,
main thing.
the students, and what we need to get here. And let's be professional, everybody.
Well, she should have left that comment.
Go ahead.
Miss Murphy.
I'm done. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm done.
So, is anybody talking about the instrument back to we're on these two measures for recruiting and increasing the retention of teachers?
Is that what you two ladies? Okay. Okay. Commissioner McKinney, then Commissioner Otay. Okay?
Thank you. Quick suggestion, because we are running behind. May I make a suggestion that we go ahead and get into the meeting because it's still talking about the same. We are doing the evaluation instrument, and so that we don't get off track, can we go ahead and go into the meeting? No? Okay. Then
Yeah.
let me do this. I just have two comments about this particular metric. I want to make sure we're clear about establishing what the baseline is. And I wanted to suggest, I think I heard that we may want to look at something, add a metric here, retention of level 4 and 5 teachers from 24, and you use the baseline as last year, and to make sure that we've retained those teachers. Because I think we do know by February, people have to put in their retirement. Is that right, Ms.? Oh, he's gone. Have to put in their retirement papers and that sort of thing. So how can we make sure we're retaining our level 4 and 5 teachers? Yeah,
That are eligible for retirement, is that your?
no, it'd just be, we make sure that we retain 2% of our level 4 and 5 teachers. I don't know. I'm just.
I know.
Help me with that.
Yeah,
because
I hear where you're going, because you want to. The focus is, I don't know that it's retaining as much as it is wanting to increase the number of level 4 and 5.
Maybe that's
if that's more helpful. But we didn't include that for this particular focus in the evaluation.
We can't do that. The reason why I said keep them and use the baseline as 24, 25 data is because we're not going to get data back to know whether they're level 4 or 5 until next year. So my point is, listening to Commissioner Williams, he says we've got a lot of people who are good teachers that are up for retirement. How do we retain those good teachers who can file their paper? We'll know in February, because I think it's a time when they have to file their retirement papers.
So of the 1530 who could retire, you'd like, and if I hear you correctly, hey, let's look at the 1530. Of those, the number of the 1530 that are levels 4 and 5, how do we retain at least a percentage of those, or if not all? Is that? So that would be in the next 4 months, because we're talking about now what can we do over the next 6 months. I'm not sure that that's something that we can even track at this point, because that would just be retaining
You can give it some thought.
a select group of. I mean, I think what I've presented here is really where we landed. It is not absent of reviewing and monitoring that area, but in terms of including in the evaluation what we know we have a handle on right now, these two areas is where we landed. I think for retaining retired teachers who are level 4 and 5, it's still, in terms of the vacancies in instructional positions, like our efforts still have to be widespread so that I keep who I have, because
Right.
re-recruitment is the best recruitment strategy, and fill the vacancies.
Right, and I think in your terms of re-recruitment means retention. And so that's what I'm saying is not just retirees, but that's a place you could focus in on. There are teachers who are good teachers who are tired and may not want to remain here, and I want to make sure we don't lose them. So is there a way that we can hold ourselves accountable of making sure that we retain the good teachers we have?
So this is about semantics, because, I mean, it's about the measure that is used, because I could be level 4 this year based on last year's data and then be level 3 next year or level 2. And so you could essentially be retaining me as a level 2 teacher by the time this is all said and done, which is why I said probably the better metric that you're after is to increase the number of level 4 or 5 teachers. And I'm not quite sure what that would look like, because that's not one of the focus that we had this year, just in terms of our efforts.
And we can't, because we won't know until after the.
That's correct.
So I'll back away from that, but I will say I feel strongly that we need to do something to make sure that we don't bleed good teachers, and so and we need to hold ourselves accountable to that.
So, and just keep in mind, right, it's in the totality. So if you bleed a bunch of good teachers, it's going to show up in the total of the evaluation, because that probably mean that chronic absenteeism, that other data is impacted. Also, keep in mind, you get the evidence. So on the 2% decrease of unlicensed teacher or the 1% decrease of teacher vacancies, if the evidence show that all of the, all that were here were not high performing, that's going to impact how you weigh this. So it still shows up, right? Like some of it, I think, looking for like a really direct and clear way that it shows up, it will show up. There's no way a district can perform if don't meet these measures. There's just can't, if you don't meet these measures and yet your academic numbers are really high, is something going on, right? So that's what I'm saying. So keep in mind the totality of it, it will show up. So you're not missing where you're trying to go.
Thank you. Understand. I know we're not missing it. It's just I'm really, really focused on our teachers and keeping our teachers and doing what we need to do. Because like the superintendent said, if we don't have teachers, we don't have what we need to ensure student achievement. And I will say this: nothing is done in isolation. All of that, from the students, from the parents, from the community to parents, to students, to teachers, building leaders, to the central office, is all connected. So.
Commissioner Otey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question, since we mentioned survey and Superintendent, you mentioned environment, and we can't do this without the teachers, and you mentioned not using a climate and culture survey, the teachers, you mentioned not using a climate and culture survey. So I got several inquiries about the survey that you actually sent out. So I wanted to ask, are you using that as part of the, how will that data be used for the survey that you sent out?
How will it be used in terms of?
How are you going to use it? Is it trackable? Where is it going? Who sent it? Who's tracking it? Who can see? Who filled it out? Are you the person that can see who could fill it out? Who filled it out? Or how is it being tracked? And then what is the data being used for? Just want to get clarity on that.
No, Commissioner Otey, respectfully, I mean, we have a department that creates surveys all the time. And they created this survey as well and disseminated it. I don't see it. I haven't asked about it. And honestly, I haven't thought about it. But what I did want to know is, at this interim point, how are we doing? How am I doing? With a basic rating. People email me all day, every day, and share their feedback. But in terms of a public, by group, community, teachers, school-based leaders, and central office, I did, because I'm not afraid of feedback. In terms of including in my survey, I believe that the board determined that at the last meeting, that you wanted a culture and climate survey, but not to include it in my evaluation. I respect and agree with that. But it's not absent of me seeking my own feedback and what that could look like from a broad perspective.
So the survey that you sent out, or your team sent out, how would you're not going to use that as any way of measuring? How would you, because you said environment is very important. You know, as an educator, when I was in the classroom, I assessed my principal and his leadership based off of a culture and climate survey as well. So I had the opportunity to provide feedback, and that was assessed, which I think is important because, again, you said we can't do this without teachers, and I'm very passionate about my teachers because I used to be one. So, and then it was only one question. So it was one question. I got a lot of complaints. One question, and then there was nowhere to provide feedback. So it's not a very accurate survey. It should have more questions. There should be a space for feedback so that we can fully assess where we are as a district. And if you're looking to assess where you are with the improvements that you've made with the district as well. So question is,
Commissioner Otey, so back to, we have to finalize this instrument,
yes,
right?
I think that a culture,
but it's not that what you're talking about is not, do y'all want this measure and these things? So it's not, so I'm not saying it's not at all related. You have yet to finalize what your instrument is going to be, and you have to do it by midnight. So right now, really about these two measures and that. And I get it, but that conversation has to be part of, unless you don't plan to finish the instrument that you're going to use. Right now, you'll need to finish this piece so that then, and you can have the meeting or continue, and you're not going to get through with this. But right now, do you have a question about this piece?
I would respectfully just want to get an answer to that question, because she did mention the survey. It was sent out, and it's important for us to get this work done with our educators. It's important for us to provide an environment that our teachers can thrive in. And so I think that should be included. And I just wanted to know, because I did see one that was sent out, and I had several questions about it, because it was not a true measurement it was not a true measurement. It was only one question. There was no room for feedback. So my question is, you were asking us to not include climate and culture, which I think we should. And I saw that you sent one, so I wanted to know what was the data being used for, who's tracking it, who can see it, because there were concerns about people filling out surveys. They were scared. So I just want to know if anybody who's tracking the data, who can see it, and what will it be used for if it's not going to be part of the survey?
I appreciate the question, but there are a lot of things that are said on this dais that they lack the support to be communicated in such a firm and factual way. Respectfully, I'm not sure what is anticipated from a survey, but I don't hide behind what we're doing and what people can say as a response to it. And so there is an insight survey that will be administered across the district, and they will be able to give their feedback. That is the official way that the district has always done it, and it will continue. What I have chosen to do as superintendent, one question or not, it was more than one question that has been done. I wanted to know for myself, and I will share that publicly, as I have shared all data. I have absolutely nothing to hide. Central office has told me all about the things they wanted to see, the things they don't like. We did a smoothies and solutions. I heard all the negative things, but I also heard some really positive things. This is about balance. I am not doing a deplorable job as superintendent, while I honor that there is a lot of room for growth along the way, and I plan to share that. There's nothing to hide, Commissioner Murphy, only because you're looking at me. There's nothing to hide. And so I did it publicly so that we could share it publicly. And so I will include it myself in my evaluation. But in terms of the culture and climate survey, it is administered district-wide. I don't see it, I don't touch it, and I don't worry about it. But for me, feedback is important, and so I seek it daily, and I seek it often, and I seek it from everyone.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. That clarified the question a little bit, and I appreciate that. You're going to share the feedback. I think that's awesome. I just wanted to just express some of the issues or questions that were asked about the survey, so that we can get more thorough or clear clarity on how our teachers are feeling. And I think it should be taken into consideration, our teachers and our leadership.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. And just so they can have a space for them to input any feedback. But you said you had nothing to do with that process. So I understand that was from the board, from the administration, I guess.
Okay.
So
we got.
Well, I didn't share that I didn't have anything to do with the process. I shared that I wanted that one question to be asked in terms of a quick rating. The feedback that people send, they send it to me every day, all day. They've also tagged me with their concerns. We want to share out loud how we think you're doing, right? And it wasn't from a negative space. They just wanted to be able to type some additional thoughts. But I did not want to put that weight and burden on my team to have to synthesize all of the qualitative data. The quantitative data is easy. You're a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we average it, and here's what it shares. But the qualitative data requires longer for them, and this is not something that I needed to prioritize for the team in terms of trying to seek feedback. So it was a delicate balance for me as a leader to try to get insight at Q1, just as principals have gotten insight, while not overburdening my team.
Thank you for that.
We're gonna move on. We Board Member McKissick. Commissioner McKissick,
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
Actually, Chair, you were expressing exactly what I was saying. If we could continue to move forward and again, just focus specifically on the tool. If these are the quantitative measures for the actual tool, and then for our informal evaluation where we have our one-on-ones with the superintendent, where we can express some of these concerns that we may have that are much more subjective. I understand that they may lead to what people are thinking quantitatively, but we've been really veering off of center in terms of the actual tool that we have to approve. I guess we're at this next special call meeting coming up.
Thank you. Priority 3, prepare students for the global workforce through rigorous coursework and certifications in supportive, high-quality facilities and learning environments.
Wait, so Chair,
Oh,
I'm not
sorry.
sure that there was
We need to
closure
agree. I'm
on this
sorry.
one, on the recruit and increase measures. I wasn't sure there was closure there.
I do apologize.
So can I just see, are we ready to move on from this? We're saying yes to this and moving on, or we still have questions? What's going on?
Oh, no, I think we're there. 1% decrease of true teacher vacancies in instructional positions, 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers, with all of us understanding the broadness of including permitted teachers and others. And then I think the only thing we needed to focus on is what the baseline will be to measure from that.
Yeah, which is different than the measure, okay,
Yeah.
they're bringing the baseline. So I couldn't tell. So we're ready? We're agreeing with that?
Yeah.
I don't, yes or no, raise your hand. Are we agreeing with that? We're moving on, or we still got questions? I don't want to move you on if you're not ready.
Everybody's okay with it? Move on.
Okay.
Priority 3, Superintendent.
So here we have increased the number of CTE offerings by 2 programs. And we moved the off-track to priority 1, so that was removed here as to not have a duplicated statement.
Hey, Cheryl.
The 2% increase of students enrolled in dual enrollment courses, and then here we've added to reflect the suggestion of the facilities portion of the priority to complete the RFP process for 100% of Phase 1 projects.
Any questions, comments? Commissioner McKinney?
For increase the number of CCTE offerings by 2 programs, I have some concerns. I want to make sure that the 2 programs are programs that are going to give our students certifications to high quality, high paying jobs. So maybe if we put that in there, I don't know how you do that, but I do know how you do that because there's reports out there on what those look like here in Memphis. And then 2% increase of students enrolled in dual enrollment courses. At the same time, I think that another measure perhaps could include AP courses as well, particularly if we're talking around, again, this is backing into Ready Graduate, giving students options, and to make sure that they have an option for career path with this, but also they have an option for college path and access. So one of the things that all of our high schools need to have, and we would require us to do, is if we committed to increasing the number of students in high schools enrolled in AP courses, because they're not, all schools are not all of the high schools are not, don't have equitable access to both dual enrollment and AP courses. So I would like to see AP courses added to that. Also, with the complete RFP process for 100% of Phase 1 projects, we talked about this a bit, Dr. Fagans. The RFP process, so getting all the way through it, where are we so far?
Half.
Okay. That's fair. Okay.
So to your point about programs and high demand areas, HVAC is high demand, and so that is a program that we are committed to right now. And then our second program, we haven't just landed yet. We're waiting on the feedback from our students in terms of the survey, just ensuring that we're balancing with their interest as well as understanding we sometimes have to expose to garner the interest. Through that is placing students on buses, taking them to our standalone centers, our 4 standalone centers, to allow them to see what exists now, but also seeing what they'd like to see added. We have until I think through February to submit that to the state, so that's a part of why we shared 2. But we also needed to get a deeper understanding about our facilities, and so we didn't overcommit here in terms of the evaluation, while you see in our strategic plan it does look a bit more ambitious. In terms of AP, because the school year has already started, we're already locked in with where we are. What it could look like, though, is as we enter master scheduling season next month, we can make sure that we focus on increasing from there. So if we can add the master scheduling process to it, I'm fine with including that as a measure. But the number of students right now wouldn't generally increase because we're already in the year.
I think if a good way to see that we're going on that trajectory is to say that we've added AP courses to the master scheduling, we've increased it across the high schools.
Right. I think probably a firmer measure would be that we've increased it in the places where we needed to in terms of the access.
Yes.
That we don't add another one at White Station. We don't add just at our schools where they are already highly concentrated. And so that's what we've been looking at across the district. So if I can have some time to think about what that language could look like, I'm fine with including that in here. But overall, it's going to be something that we are focused on anyway in our district scorecard. So whether it's in the evaluation or not, we have that as a focus.
And if I hear you correctly with the CTTE programs, you're taking a look at what's already there, and perhaps students will have interest in some of the things already there that would require increase in resources, correct?
So this may not even need to be programs. It may need to be increase the number of students who are enrolled in CTE, because we have 47 programs. We offer all of the clusters that are available. And so this is across maybe 27 high schools and a handful of middle schools. And so increasing the programs won't necessarily increase the number of students. And so if the body would like the focus to be on the students, which is great for me, then we can shift this to increase the number of students who are enrolled in CTE, because that's where the real opportunity is. As we think about the beautiful spaces that we have, and we visited Kingsbury, the enrollment there is low. As I met with principals last week and they shared, coding has 50, and we're talking about 50 all day. That's not a lot of students, right, when we think about that. But if we want the programs and we want to make sure they're quality.
I don't think it's either or. I think it's both and. Because you may, in order to increase the number of students, you may need to increase the type of programs.
Well, increasing the number of students would show up more next year as opposed to this year. I can increase the number of programs this year because we have time. Does that make sense? Like I can share in May, hey, we've successfully submitted the application, we're approved, we can stand it up fall of, this fall. In terms of increasing the number of students, it's going to be just a little bit because we only have second semester remaining. And that would require a major revamp in several student schedules to fit 3 hours in to leave and go somewhere else. So that's just, it's not a good, burden to put on counselors and for our students who are already in classes that they are required to have for graduation. It would just be too much of a jolt.
So what are you suggesting? Just keeping
If we leave it at this, it's satisfactory for the time being. We're thinking about just the next 6 months, what can we get done? But as an overarching focus and goal, you'll see in our CTE, just our massive plan, where we, year by year, to get us through 2029, the strategic plan, you'll see just a bolder plan in terms of.
So your idea is to increase the type of programs that students will be interested in so that you can increase enrollment.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Otay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CCTE, I love y'all. Y'all doing an amazing job. I want to let them know that. I do want to ask about the 2% increase of students enrolled in dual courses. So as I was looking through, we have relationships with Christian Brothers, University of Memphis, Southwest, and Lemoyne on. I think that 2% I think we should shoot a little bit higher than 2%, maybe somewhere about 5%. just because there's so much opportunity there. We're aligned with so many amazing schools, and I just think that 2% is a bit short. I think we can do a little better than that. I don't know, my colleagues can speak to that. I would like to suggest 5%.
I'd like to hear from the superintendent on why 2%.
So we're already in the year. Again, scheduling is already taking place. The movement in dual enrollment will only be just a little bit, and that'll be reflected in the second semester. We're pretty much locked into the year at this point in the year. What that looks like for next year is different. I would respectfully disagree that 2% is low. When we think about dual enrollment, we are asking for an incredible investment of time from our students, of travel, of transportation. Again, it is side by side with CTE. It requires a lot. And so to increase this number and thinking about the number of students that we have off track, which decreases the number of students that are available to have access and take advantage of these advanced programs and courses, like this is not a straight line here. And so this in itself, just with the other, you know, my colleagues across the country have looked at me sideways with what we're committing to here. But where we've started, I believe that we're capable. But 2% of students, as I give the raw numbers, and you will see just based on who we have eligible for dual enrollment, this is pretty significant.
Where are we currently?
We have 2,000. I shared that number as well.
Percentage-wise, I didn't think I saw that. You said 2% increase, so where are we currently on the increase?
We're about 60% there. If we move in the direction that I've observed, we will hit this number. I mean, we might get right on top of it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Love, Vice Chair Love,
I'm gonna pull up my report.
Vice Chair Love.
I would, I have a clarifying question for you. In the AP courses, how many students are currently enrolled and how many of them don't take the test because they can't afford it?
We'll have to get that number in terms of how many don't take the test because they can't afford it. If I'm not mistaken, I know we pay for the exams, and so I have to get some information. If students are choosing not to take the exam because of finance, I would have to get that.
I have a clarifying question for you. If you look at priority number 1, decrease off track in grades in middle high school, this will suffice the CTC offerings in high school, because I've learned that a large percentage of high schoolers drop out of CTC in 11th and 12th grade to go to get their credits to graduate. This will decrease dropping out of CTC in the 11th and 12th grade. You get more students, decrease off-track graduation.
Commissioner Williams.
That you would be adding from 47, the two programs, 47 to 49, what would be added?
HVAC right now is one, and then we're waiting on to finalize the second one. But HVAC for sure.
And you don't know what the second one is?
We're waiting on the feedback from our students to determine that. We've started with real estate, which I generally understand is not perceptually perceived as a high demand area. But we're thinking about a couple of things. Construction, just looking at what we can actually stand up within the year in terms of this. But that's not absent of or doesn't mean we're not thinking about additional programs. But HVAC for sure, as we think about offering apprenticeships and internships ourselves, and what we've shared and what I've shared with students and principals is that we are an employer. We have vacancies. We also have, bona fide professionals who can provide the opportunity for an apprenticeship. We're just looking at that program, and we had that conversation with the leaders of the CTCs last week. So HVAC is one for sure.
We also have partners
That is correct.
and vendor.
Yes, and they are very ready to support.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Superintendent, with the increased CCTE, you said HVAC is one of the biggest ones, which is good. I think another one is medical, the medical field, because I was a medical assistant instructor. And so we are short in medical assistants, we're short in CNAs, we're short in nurses. So that would be one of the programs that we should add in, because I was an instructor for those classes, and I also helped with them going to the extern site and getting them funding so that their tests could be paid for. So I think that that's some of the things that we should implement that one, because that's in high demand right now.
So we have a CNA program at Kingsbury. It's just a matter of
Yeah, I seen that when I was there.
Yes.
But medical assistant is one that because it focuses on more of the clinical side of it, the base side of it, and they do more than nurses actually.
Right. Looking at, again, just waiting to see what student feedback would be, seeing if there's a general interest there with a balance, understanding that if you don't know that it is even an option, you may not even see it as an interest. And so it's that, construction, coding, fiber network. There are a few options that we're looking at as we think about being innovative as well, and in terms of having conversations with partners who want to support. So it's not one or the other. It's just which one do we want to include in here, because we know we can get it done.
Right, because the thing with that, and if the students know that even with them taking a program in the summertime, they have a part-time job, because that's what helped me and other students, that they know they can earn money in the summertime if they remain in a program, then we'll fill those up, and it'll minimize crime and violence. Thank you.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. I shared this in one-on-one, and just curious what the thinking was of whether we could, or it would be impactful to measure the number of students who are in our CCT programs who have to pass a certification or actually take some sort of exam to get the credential associated with it. Did you give any consideration to increasing the number of students who leave with the thing that results in a livable wage job?
Yes. So including it here is just not included here, but as a metric that we are monitoring, absolutely. We didn't include it here. Some of the data is just a little, just in terms of tracking it. So to establish a baseline and really monitor across all programs, not just the number of students who end up with it, but following the number of students who actually take the class, become a completer, and get the certification. And so just a more thorough tracking of and monitoring of it. What we have right now, we know who completes and ends up with an industry certification, but we don't know if those students started when or with what, if they just took the test and then no longer completed the pathway. So it was just a little spotty in the data for me in order to include it in here.
And then for the RFP process for 100% of phase 1 projects, is it typical for it to take a full year to get RFPs out for phase 1? Was the 96 million that we approved in last year's budget? Is it typical to take a full year to get RFPs out for the magnitude of projects?
Ooh, absolutely.
Okay.
Just an RFP in general can take a little while just based on the scope of services. When we think about standing up 56 projects, in addition to the other RFP processes that we have to complete, I don't know that a year, but I get what you're saying, like a school year. To ensure that the process is complete, just to share, we plan to bring the other half in January. So it's not the full year, but in terms of a measure at the end of the year, we do know that we would have completed this. Some of the work may have started on some of the projects as well, but we share that out weekly.
Yeah, I know where we get the update. What consideration did you give any for a measure of completing a comprehensive facilities plan I know you shared in our public
Mhm.
funding bodies that you were aiming for an April
April.
deadline. I saw Board Member McKinney's suggestion of something board approved, maybe somewhere in the middle of maybe having at least a draft plan or a public presented plan, if not to approval status. Is that something that you considered adding?
I didn't consider adding it in here because I considered the budget approved process to hold me accountable as well, because that's what you approved, what I shared in the budget. In terms of putting it in here, fine with saying that, hey, we will have, I don't know about board approved because that's dependent on the board.
Yeah.
But to have a plan presented for board approval, absolutely.
I
Yeah,
would like that too.
absolutely. All right, in addition to completing the RFP process. Got it.
Vice
And I
Chair.
want to just say it out loud so that when I exit, it's not a different understanding that the commitment is the presentation of a comprehensive facilities plan for board approval by April 2025.
I think it was for consideration. I don't think we can, putting our actions in your evaluation is fair. I think a presentation to the board in April of 2024 or 2025 makes sense. But
That's
I
what I
don't know, yeah, but
Presentation, so present to the board or present for board approval of complete, comprehensive, not complete,
yes,
a comprehensive facilities plan by April of 2025.
yes. Okay. Present for.
Is that satisfactory?
Vice Chair Love.
That's what I said. So,
Yeah, we
so present a comprehensive facilities plan for review, for board review by April of 2025. Is that satisfactory? Yeah. Good, okay.
I would like to see the data on the kids' selection for CCT.
what
You
classes
did
are they
that
choosing?
informally.
Oh, what they're asking for. Oh, absolutely. We have a set from May, but then we'll have another.
So, are we good with the three
Yes.
priorities? Okay, let's vote on the
Yes.
third one,
Right,
then
yes,
we'll go
I-
back up to one, okay?
Yes, we're good. Questions done? Y'all done? Okay, so want to just before moving from this one, the three that are there, and you added present a comprehensive facilities plan for board review by April 2025. Is that what I heard?
And it's AP courses. Increase access to AP courses offered to, and I think you wanted, what did you?
So I was sharing that in this year, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
But I can say, to emphasize or strengthen the focus on expanding access to AP courses in the master scheduling process for 24-25.
That's what, so that you
Yeah,
have
it'd
to
have
do your
to say the
master.
master scheduling
Yeah, the master
process.
scheduling process, because then you have to do that before this evaluation would be.
Yes, we start our master scheduling process next month.
And so then we would know, we would be able to see we would be able to see the data of where additional or first AP courses were being provided across the high schools.
So the reason I did not put that in here because it also has a financial cost to it. And so to add an AP course, I also have to make sure that Ms. Coleman is certified for AP, which means I have to send her to training to College Board. So it has a financial cost to it as well. It can't just add it to
Well, that's
the master schedule.
that's where you hold us accountable in the budgeting process to make sure that you can add those.
My evaluation comes before the approval of the budget.
So that sounds like a next year. I mean, that it's almost impossible to meet that with the fidelity that will go in an evaluation. Doesn't mean though, if that is a process, when you're looking at the evidence under the academic achievement, if you don't see that it happened, that's data point for the growth that you're doing. So you still have lots of data that you're going to be getting under both the, the measures under the academic achievement speaks to a rigorous course and blah. So you can ask for, have you started the master schedule process or whatever. So it's not like it's not accounted, but for a grade 1 to 5, if it's this has to happen, then this has to happen, then this, then you can't really track it back to the performance. And so.
Superintendent, I have a question about the CCTE. Our children that are not, they're staying in the classes for 3-4 years, but they're not able to pass their tests. Is there some type of tracking way to find out about these kids? Because when we went to Kingsbury, one of the instructors told us that the kids can stay in there and they can do the work and do everything, but passing the test was the hard part.
So we still have a literacy challenge. And so whether you're taking an industry a test for an industry certification, or you're taking, TCAP, or you're taking the ACT, like literacy is still the fundamental opportunity, right? And so, that's the short answer there. I won't say that's the only answer, but we can inquire. But I do want to offer that it's still the same students that are taking a test anywhere, that are taking their test to get this industry certification. As it concerns the actual areas that they're taking the test in, I can see, if there's a disconnect that is being observed by the instructors, if there's some more resources that may be necessary, if there's more time that needs to be built in, because transportation there and back does impact when a student arrives in the class and when a student has to leave. We can ask some different and deeper questions to see if there's another level contributing to why they may not be asking, and it looks like Commissioner Murphy believes there is, but we can ask them some sharper questions to see if there's something else.
I'm just going to, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, what I did when I was teaching at Anthem Career College, we implemented a class structured for the test. So we drilled them right at the gate. We gave them an extra 30 minutes after the last class they took, and we drilled them on taking a state test, and 98% of my students passed their state test. But because we implemented that class. So that's what we need to add to it, is just implement a class, implement that 30-minute section where they can go over the test and what to be expected on that test. And it's because my stats prove all 98% of my students passed the state boards.
Commissioner McKinney?
I think to both of your points, I think there is a metric we can use, Dr. Fagans, and that may be increasing the number of students that pass their certifications by a certain percentage. Because that just means we're going to have to, again, this goes back to, we got to go to priority 1, and I don't want us to keep saying because we have 11th and 12th graders here, it's too late, because that's what it sounds like sometimes, and I don't want that to, and I know that's not what we mean. So I think there needs to be treatments across the grade bands, and so I think it would be incumbent upon us to support you in a metric that ensures that we are addressing K through 12. And so I see it in the priority 1, and I also see it where we can do it in priority 3. So I would like for us to consider a metric that will measure increase in certifications passed or certifications granted.
Is the hope here to just demonstrate an increase in the number of students who obtain the certification? My question here is because the greater goal for us has been about, we have increased the number of industry certifications year over year. What we have not done is ensure that if Ms. Murphy leaves with this industry certification, that she has a job, that she lands and she's utilizing that particular certification. So I'm not against the number itself, but it's comparable to hello, it's comparable to increasing, the graduation rate. I'm always delicate about it because yes, we increased the rate, but did we increase the number of students who were job ready, who could leave and go read the application? So it's about,
And
just a more intentional
So I hear
metric
you.
that we didn't, and we
So-
chose not to put it in here because we have not.
So when I hear you, and I hear that also Commissioner Murphy, who indicated that they did see that problem, and one of the things they did is they put a treatment in to make sure that they
Right.
could, one, get the certification and then do something with it,
And also have partnerships with other clinics so that
But
our
they
kids will go
place
to,
them.
yeah, so they can go to externships, and all of them were placed at jobs making $17 or more. So we create those partnerships with we would say St. Jude's, Baptist Memorial, so that they can have even small clinics in the city. We partner with them so that when they're done and they getting ready to graduate, just before they graduate, they have their 30-day externship, where that externship leads them into having a job.
so then that is use their certifications to be placed in a post-secondary.
In the post-secondary, right. And so that's where that extra 30 minutes comes in with drilling them on their certification test. So just before they graduate, they will have that certification and able to pass the test, because the classes that will be taught, they will also stress the fact that everything you see on the test, everything you see in the material reflects the state test.
You're much more literate on that than I am.
Because I was a teacher,
Yes.
so
the-
I taught at Anthem.
And I appreciate that. So I think Superintendent, what the metric would read is increase the number of students who receive certifications and are placed.
I'm not comfortable with committing to that in this moment because we don't have the grasp on that right now. What I can commit to, though, is increasing the number of partnerships that could lead to, right? Because that was the sole purpose, if you will, of establishing and carving out the partnerships and development office, if that's a fair balance. Because that is something that we're monitoring in general, but I can commit to that.
So
But
increasing the
making the connection would
Right.
require, I need someone to actually monitor if Stephanie Love is making that transition, and we don't have that
So
resource right now.
increasing the number of partnerships that are
That are-
connected to our
That is
certifications.
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that is what we're doing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Commissioner McKinney, we dealing with high school kids, so that could be a barrier, for some of them in the certification. Like Commissioner Murphy was stating, these were older kids, young adults and full adults. So it would be kind of hard for.
Well-
I'm just making a statement. It wasn't to go, that because we got somebody that's child's graduating at 16. I would be leery about where my child is doing work at 16. So.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
No. I'm not fussing, Madam Chair. I'm just saying I'm a product of a student from high school that took the program, and in the summertime I had a part-time job.
Okay.
So by the time I got done with my senior year, those credits not only went to my college credits, I could take those either to a regular college or I can take those to a 2-year degree college and still continue on in that program. So I still had something to do in the summertime. I had a job, part-time job with whoever we partner with during high school. So that's what made me continue on with being in the medical field, because I was there as a freshman.
Thank you. Commissioner Otay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a fair question. Our goal is to increase workforce development, right? And so I do want to commend Mr. Sneed. He did an amazing job. I don't think that's an out of reach goal, because when I was there, this guy did a whole career fair. He had Buick, Lincoln, Lexus. He had everybody out there, and he was telling me about all the success stories with his students that had gone on and are making more money than some of us are making, right? And so I don't think it's too far-fetched, and I think it's something that we should measure. Because we have amazing teachers in the CCTE program that have those relationships already. Maybe we or superintendent get together with them and see, like, hey, what are your goals? What do you think we could do by the end of the year? because they already have relationships with some of these people, and some of them are already working on jobs for some of our students. I think that's fair, because it's, I mean, we need to increase our students actually having a job once they leave, because unfortunately college is not for everyone. So we want to make sure they're leaving here with some sort of trade. And like I said, I can appreciate everything Mr. Sneed is doing. He's doing an amazing job, so I was impressed.
Okay.
I think it's fair to, I mean, I would like to recommend that we have some sort of measurement with, as far as that transition over to those students actually getting work.
Increase in partnerships, is what we stated.
Thank you.
Okay, are we good with the metrics?
So can you articulate, I missed I got increased the number of partnerships. I heard two different things. One that said that can lead to CTE certifications. One said associated, two different things. So what's the metric?
No.
Well, I heard two different things. I just want to make sure I'm articulate. What's the?
So the commitment would be connected to, just the partnerships that are connected to.
Connected to.
The
Yes.
programs, we do want those to lead to. But for the partnerships, that would be connected
Thank
to
you.
mhm.
Thank you for
So
that
increase the
clarification.
number of partnerships that are connected to industry certifications.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yes.
All right.
So there are the three that are on the screen, and then we added present a comprehensive facilities plan for the school board's review by April 2025, and then increase the number of partnerships that are connected to CCTE industry certifications. Right? Okay. We're good? Raise your hand. We're moving. We're going back to academic. Very good. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So when we left here, I want to go back to just make sure we're discussing keeping the main thing, and make sure we're discussing. For grade K through 12, decreased chronic absenteeism, not the percentage point but decreased chronic absenteeism. We agree that that's a metric that we will measure, that you will measure under the improved academic growth. I'm talking to the school board who has to do the measure.
Yes.
No, I'm asking for the clarification, y'all. Thank you, because I got to make sure that I know. So I didn't get a deep clarification. Because there were some questions about that. So the decreased chronic absenteeism, we're moved on from that. And by 2%. Right, it's 2 percentage points. So we agree with that. Okay. All right, so the second one, grades 3 through 8, decrease the number of students that are 3 or more grade levels behind. I guess that's how that should be rated. Excuse my bad language. Superintendent, I'll ask you to really articulate what that one really is by 4 percentage points, so we make sure we have the right language.
So, but below level or below would mean below grade level. So based on where a student should be in terms of what has been identified as the metric, that means the student has not met that bar. So they are below that bar.
So below grade level,
Below
not
grade
grade levels below, right? So that should be 3 or more below, below grade levels is what. And using iReady reading and math. Is that correct as the measure, Dr. Fagan?
That's correct.
Right, okay.
Commissioner McKinney?
Oh, no, this is the one that I needed clarity for my own edification so that I can understand. And if I understand, I can agree or not. But so I just wanted to understand, give me the difference. What are we looking at? Are we touching more students? Are we committing to touching more students with this rendition of the metric? or would we be committing to touching more students with what I think I originally said it. Let's see. Percent of students below the 65th percentile in both ELA and math. So I don't.
I think that you found more to be more helpful to help understand this if I gave you some raw numbers, and I'd have to get those for you. I apologize.
Okay. So I think what I would propose is that I would like for the board to consider that whichever one is going to touch, that we're going to touch more students, that we're committing to touching more students is the metric that we use. Once we get the raw data.
But what's the, so then what's the other recommendation? I don't know what the other metric is that you're saying.
The 65th, there's a 65th, those who are currently performing below the 65th percentile.
So your suggestion is what about those?
I don't know what that means. I'm saying baseline wise, I don't know if that's 20 kids or if that's 100 kids. I don't know what that is.
Oh, I'm not asking. I'm asking what she's saying. I'm asking for her. I don't put words in anybody's mouth. I want to make sure it's what she's articulating, what she's trying to.
I want to
say.
make sure that whatever we're doing here, whatever we're measuring as many students as we can who are in 3rd through 8th grade with the iReady, so that we are focusing in on as many students as possible. And so superintendent said she needed to get me raw numbers for both of those. This metric here, and then the one that I had found in the next level readiness outcomes for 24, 25, 23, 24.
You want to address that, Dr.
I'm not sure that I can make it more clear without the raw numbers for you, because I think you've shared that's just most helpful for you. What I can reiterate is that when we're thinking about the 65th percentile, we've just really narrowed the number of students that we would be focused on, which I shared that's fine. If that's the desire, the greater concern and opportunity, and certainly the larger number of students, would be those who are 3 or more grade levels behind. That's where our tutoring efforts come into play. That's where we think about all of the investments that we've deployed and stood up. That's how we're able to measure if those are really working. So the number of students who were retained and they now have to take tutoring during the day, the number of students who certainly are even 2 grade levels behind, but certainly this says 3 or more. But if you are not demonstrating proficiency or mastery of the content area at the grade level which you should, that is the larger number, which is why our overarching performance is what it is. 28% of students are demonstrating proficiency in reading, and somewhere around that for math. So when I shared earlier, and it may have been much earlier, but because someone mentioned, hey, I could have all A's, yes, you could have all A's, but what we have added to our progress report and report card is, according to iReady, you're performing on the 2nd grade level and you are in 6th grade. So that would be a student who is performing 3 or more grade levels below their grade level. Although their report card reads one thing, their actual performance and proficiency is totally different. And so we wanted to bridge the gap in understanding in terms of, hey, we also know we have to strengthen our first instruction, like what's happening in the classroom, because that's contributing to why students, don't know what they know. But we also have to understand that students are entering kindergarten, which is why we're trying to figure out what's the best measure of a pre-K student transitioning from pre-K to kindergarten. How many are we receiving that aren't kindergarten ready? And then K to 1, 1 to 2, and then certainly when you get to 3 to 8, you have an understanding of the number of students and how they arrive there. So this was our better focal point because that's the data that we have readily available to us.
Dr. Fagan, question. Can I be a student that is 3 or more grade levels behind and not be in the below 65 percentile?
Can you be a student who is 3 or more grade levels behind.
But then also not be below 65 percentile, because I mean, are we talking about the same measure? I guess I'm trying.
You would not be at all. If you were 3 or more grade levels behind, you are absolutely not.
Not in the six. So this is a lower. So these are
these when I
students.
share these.
I know. So what I'm saying
No,
is,
but I get what
guess
your
I'm trying to
question
get
is.
at. So Commissioner McKinney's trying to figure out which one is the tougher measure. It sounds
It's the
like
3 or more.
I'm going to be in the way below this measure. So be with that. Are you saying you don't understand that to be true, or what are you trying to figure out?
I don't understand it to be true. I don't know. I don't know. And that's why I'm asking. It's just I'm one, and if someone and the rest of us want to go with that, that's fine. I don't understand it, and before I can agree to it, I need to understand it.
So I also say, it sounds like, Commissioner McKinney, you're asking for a number, and superintendent is talking about an impact. So you could have 1,000 students here, but the greater impact is still impacting this group because they have the farthest to grow. So I guess it's a matter of,
you might capture all of those in a below 65th percentile. Below, so not above it, but below. So I guess I'm just, maybe again, it may not be connecting for me today, but that's what I'm trying to understand. It's 3 or more grade levels.
Yeah.
What about 2 or more grade levels? I mean, so would I capture the 2?
Yeah,
I think
they say
you're
3
looking
or more.
number
Yeah.
of students, and we're thinking about the most significant
Yes.
level of deficiency.
I say, okay.
Our challenge is if you are 3 or more grade levels behind,
Yeah.
we do lose a little more hope because you are significantly behind students. And when we think about percentile, we're talking about you scored lower than 65% of students, and that's a little different, right?
Yeah.
And so this number here, even if it comes out it's not the larger number, this is more where our focus needs to be on the number of students who, by the time they start to take end of course, right, we're measuring you versus you, really, as
So,
opposed to
yeah.
how you are performing in comparison to
Yes.
everyone else, which may not mean you are proficient. It just means you scored better than these certain
Yeah.
percentage of people. Does that make better
Yes.
sense? I think I see you coming along a little more here.
She
Without
had her
coffee.
Yes,
Coffee.
you're doing a
had her
great
coffee.
job.
Because to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner McKinney, if you went with this, you could get to what you keep saying. You could move this, but still have the same number of students who are 3 or more behind.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a bunch of students who are 1 year behind or 0.5 behind, and they move, and you still have this big problem. So this is getting at a issue, a group of students versus the percent, because the percentiles could move. Now, again, I'm not the superintendent, but I'm trying to make sure you're trying to make sure you get the most students versus trying to make sure these 3 or more, which means you could be 3 years, 2 years, 1 year behind. We're trying to move that by 4 percentage points. And so versus if it just said, if you're 1 year behind, which is a different student that's 3 year or 2 year behind.
What I'm trying to get to is no students behind. I get that, but that's a gradual thing. So I know we got to start somewhere. So the 3 or more, that's
That's the greatest
I
thing
get
right
that.
there is that bulk right there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in, but that's the bulk that we're working for.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, I'm sorry.
Well,
But I'm
just because
saying.
you're referring to the data, I just want to be clear that we shared, iReady is it's nationally normed, so that is 65%. You performed better than, that's the broad.
Right.
What's happening in the district, though, the 3 or more grade levels gets us specific to what's happening here. So I hope that's even more,
That
if I
helped
got us out of the
tremendously.
mud a
I'm
little bit more.
I'm
Okay,
good.
good.
Hey, I have my hand up for a related question to my colleague, Commissioner McKinney, regarding this topic. So I'm not sure if I'm skipping somebody, but I didn't know if you saw my hand raised. Because we always want to impact the most students. So I'm wondering, do you know if there's any data out there, there probably is out there, whether you can address it right now, regarding, if you're hitting that really high need, those high need students and the impact there, does that have then an impact as well with students who are not, say, 3 grades behind, but 2 grades behind? So, you know, you can measure that, but does it have a residual impact as well if you are elevating those who have the highest need in terms of being behind in grade levels and so forth? Does that have an impact as well to students who are, you know, not at that level of need? If you're targeting high risk groups, does that make sense?
She's asking a rising tide lift all boats kind of question. So if you reach them, should you expect to see the 1 year behind and up go up as well? Is what she's asking.
Absolutely.
That's what I understood.
Yes, if that's the understanding, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Because I asked it because I know we're trying to, you know, as Board Member McKinney, wanting to have the greatest level of impact and reaching more students, if I understood her perspective. Just wondering, would it have a residual impact? So I'm going to go back on mute now because I'm driving.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Otey, Commissioner Hewitt-Garcia.
I understand that iReady is not nationally known. You just said, Superintendent, that it is. What other districts comparable to the size of Memphis uses iReady for this purpose?
I think we provided this, Board Member Williams. We'll go back and
I've asked,
and get it.
I've asked before, but I've not been provided anything to that degree.
Dr. Tingson, I believe we provided, but we can
I want to know
review
what
it.
other large urban school district comparable to our size uses iReady for this purpose, because I understand that it is not a nationally known test.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Thank you, Superintendent Fagans. There are several school districts around the United States that use iReady, Commissioner Williams, and we'll certainly get that information to
I
you.
don't want several. I want those comparable to the size of Memphis and Shelby County School.
Yes, sir. I can definitely get that information to you today.
And can I make sure with clarity that he says used for this purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll take care of it today.
Because according to iReady's own statistics, they are not a nationally known test. So I'll be interested to see it.
Yes, sir.
I'm interested too.
For the record.
Commissioner Otey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the listeners, just because I know sometimes we can kind of speak and be a little confusing. iReady is a progress monitor. So it's not a true tool that can be used for actual true assessment, and it's not aligned with 10 Ready, which is our ultimate goal. Just to reiterate that. So currently we do not have data, and we don't have a tool to track the data. That is the current fact for all our schools across the district, which we need it because everyone knows the state that our district is in. 2, he mentioned speaking about comparable schools. I have personally talked to board members and superintendent from other schools of school size according to ours. That includes poverty rates, that includes demographics, that includes budget, and that includes students that attend the schools. So I have personally done research on that, and they do not use iReady. They use it. They don't use it for that tool. They do use it, but they do not use it to compare the data and see where our students are as it pertains to ELA, math, and science. And it's not an effective tool. As I mentioned, me having my own son, he flying colors, killed it, straight A's a couple times, but he was not where he needed to be, so it was not a true assessment in the real time of where he was. So we do need something that can be tracked in real time every quarter like we had in place, and that should be utilized. And I know this is what we're using for our annual assessment, but the assessments along the way matter because, like I said, the teachers utilize this data to create the plans that they need to create to make sure that we are moving in the right place when it comes to student achievement. So just for clarity. And so I understand that we're doing annual things right now, but we talk about next is now. If next is now, we shouldn't be waiting until May to implement something that we need yesterday.
Commissioner Otey, iReady is a formative assessment. It is used throughout the year. We've done it in August, We'll do it again in February. It's used in LA, where there's more than 300,000 students. Used in Fairfax, where there's more than nearly 200,000 students. It is not the only measure, and so I try not to use names, but since we are with them, that is what we use for K-8. For a formative assessment, it is about the standards that are being assessed. The curriculum has assessments, and so before technology became the thing, we used books, and we used the assessments in the curriculum. That is what teaching and learning is connected to and about. Technology simplified and as a matter of convenience for assessments. It did not take the place of and serve as a substitute for. Respectfully, I understand that you are underscoring that the district right now is in a contract process of standing up agreements with 9 folks so that our schools can have access to 9 vendors, because to the point that Commissioner Williams brought up very early in my tenure was, do we even know that this is a bona fide platform? And to his question I shared, I don't know, but we can take this year to figure it out. And so as they use this assessment, which we are just a week over the 9 weeks, it is not too late. They will utilize the platform. They will have the results. We will take iReady in January. We will have those results for K through 8, and we will be on track. Teachers have been using their own assessments that they've been working very hard with our Office of Professional Learning. I will conclude. She doesn't seem to be interested in my response.
I'm sorry?
I think, please continue, because it's for everybody, so please continue. Thank you.
The district has been using iReady for 11 years. If it wasn't sufficient then, we'll figure it out now with the professional expertise of our teachers and our principals and our staff. Where we are is where we are. What we're using is what we have. I do understand that the district used to use NWEA as well. We've used that in different places. It's just a matter of how we interpret the data and what we do with the data. As long as it is aligned to the curriculum and the standards, then everything is fine. The formative assessment itself does not matter.
Just for clarity, iReady measures individual growth. What we were getting from the formative assessment platform that we were using, which you mentioned last meeting, Mastery Connect, which we no longer have, would measure our students across the district as a whole in ELA, math, and science, and they would get measured quarterly, and they will be able to use that data so that, and it's aligned with 10 Ready. Let's say that. Let's make sure I say that. It's aligned with our 10 Ready standards. We currently are not, iReady is not currently aligned with that. So that's what I was mentioning. So my question is, we're looking at the bigger picture, which is amazing, which we need to do that. But in order to get to that bigger picture, get to those goals, we do not have anything in place currently that we are actually accurately assessing and tracking data for our students.
Commissioner Ota, so let me ask you, so what is your recommendation? So the superintendents disagree with you about the level of, you're saying we don't have anything that we use that's accurate. Like the proposal is iReady, and her belief is that it gives the data needed for this. So you're pushing back, but now, and so then, so what? Like,
so is it possible for us to just maybe use some data so that we can get, or maybe use a program that we can get data in real time? Because right now we're being told to give an assessment or give an evaluation on data we potentially don't have, or data that we're seeking to have in the future.
So, because you're doing this this is going to be as of May 1st, or whenever probably more April because of the timing. So what the superintendent, what I understand, there was an August assessment, there'll be a January assessment. So when you get ready to do it, you're going to be looking at the difference in August and January. Please correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm saying is that is the data that you will have. When you say in real time, tell me what are you expecting, so that when you're evaluating May 1st, you're expecting the superintendent, you're trying to get what kind of data, like what is real time? You're gonna have August, so you'll have 2 periods of time for this measure. Now, there's other measures, right? So for the 2 periods of time, the evidence that the superintendent will present is, here's where we were when we started, here's where we are now for your use in April to see, in May, did we go up or did we go back? I guess I'm saying, if you're saying that those measures would be insufficient, are you suggesting another data set? Or when you say also the real time, those are the 2 measures that are being provided for you to say, did we increase
I
or
most
decrease?
certainly think we should continue to use iReady. I do like iReady, but it's not a true assessment. I most certainly think we should not cut it out, definitely. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is we're not measuring her based off of May right now. We're measuring her based off of the time she started or up until November, right? So we can't assess this.
So this is May 1st.
May 1st,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't change the fact that we need those tools along the way as we're assessing our students. It still doesn't change the fact that we need that platform or a platform to make sure that we're getting those assessments, those formative assessments in place for our children, and we're tracking across the district. The state will see that data as well. To my understanding, the state was able to see the data. And the teachers and the principals need to be able to see the data. Again, they're graded based off of the successes of our student. Student achievement is what we're focused on. And so we need the tools and the resources. As educators, as students, we need the tools and the resources to help them become successful, and we don't currently have all those in place at this very moment.
You finished?
If I might, I think what is a concern is the validity of any data that comes across from August to May, because we normally would depend on state data to do this. So I think the concern is having a valid formative assessment that can measure this. And I think there is some concern that iReady is not that assessment tool. And so I think there are some commissioners that may be having a little concern about using that particular, like spelling that out. It's going to be iReady data, as opposed to we would like to see what the formative assessment, we'd like to have data from a formative assessment tool that is used throughout the school year, that is consistent, so that we can see the data in a consistent way and that it is valid. Because I think if I understand iReady, it is an individualized tool. And what I think I hear is that it's a progressive tool that teachers use to inform them of how they might have to shift what they need to do with a particular student to get them where that particular test is telling them. And so I think we're interested in the larger, what's happening across the district, to make sure that we have, we're moving students in the right direction. And in order to assess that, we need to make sure that the data is valid. And the concern that it is not valid is because there are different tools being used for the formative assessment. Now, I may be wrong if somewhere it says iReady is a formative assessment tool, but there seems to be some disagreement in that as well. So I think that's what I'm hearing.
One other thing too, if we're doing an assessment on May 1, we won't even have the results back. So we need to make sure we have something in place that is actually measurable, that we can have in the time that we actually need it. And we won't have this information in that time.
So is there a tool that you all are suggesting that will give you what you need for May 1st?
There isn't one.
So, and the reason I asked, because my understanding was that you're in a position where you have to use what you have, right? So I guess I'm trying to I hear the objection. Are you saying there is something else that we should be suggesting here that we're not suggesting, that the superintendent is not suggesting?
We had a tool in place that we were using. We're no longer using it. I'm not sure of the reason. But we're almost almost halfway through the first half of the school year, and we don't have that tool in place. We have to assess her by May 1. So right now, I guess we're going to be using different tools, which teachers are going to have to learn, you know, new programs, and then we already are behind because so I thought a good solution would have been to just stick with what we had up until next summer,
Yes.
and the teachers can.
So let me ask you, so that's not an option, right? Because you don't have it. That's not an option.
Commissioner
So,
Ote,
yeah.
Mastery Connect was only offered 3 times a year, the same as iReady. So I'm not sure what assessment you're referring to, or as often as you are referring to it being utilized.
So the evaluation is May 1, correct? We won't have the data back from the state until when? We're unclear, right?
So to be clear, remember, because we knew you weren't going to have state data, it's why the initial measures were unacceptable, because you're not going to have state data. So then you ask, what's the next thing? And so the suggestion is iReady, because that's the measure. Again, this is your first, this is for this year. You're going to have some decisions y'all need to make about your ongoing, because you should be using, I mean, the state data is also not as reliable as people would like to think, so let's be clear about those things too, right? But you're exactly right, your concern is not as valid. Right now, the hand that you have is that you have an evaluation that has to be done by May 1st. You won't have state comprehensive data by May 1st, and it's technically by April 15th, because the superintendent gets 2 weeks to submit the document. So you're talking about by April 15th. Very limited in what you're going to have. So your goal for this year was, what could we use that gets us the best data we can get to test whether we are going this way or that way. And remember, we talked about, even if I said treadmill, Amber liked scale, so I use scale. Remember, we said if you get on the scale, even if it's wrong, if the scale's lying to you every day saying you only weigh 100 pounds, if that's the scale you use, every time you get on it, if it go up, even if it's wrong, that says 105 pounds, you still did what? You gained weight, not lost weight. So you're exactly right. The scale might not be giving you all that you want because you're having to deal with imperfection, but it's still giving you an indication of, did I grow or did I come back? This is where you are in the first year, that you're gonna have some data, you're gonna have to rely on some. I don't know if it should be iReady. I'm not suggesting what it is. I'm saying, I hear we don't like iReady. I think it's fair that also say, here's something else that we could suggest. And so that's what I'm saying. So I get where you are.
It's not that we don't like iReady. The teachers will jump on us if we say that. We don't like iReady. I'm not saying that we don't like iReady. I personally do like iReady.
Can you see my hand raised?
No.
Yes, but there are quite a few, Michelle. So
yeah,
we will get our hand raised.
Okay, well, it seems like the conversation was kind of going round robin. I didn't hear anyone being specifically called upon, so they were jumping in there. So it's hard to tell.
Okay, so keep in mind, like Mastery Connect was utilized. Well, iReady is, again, a good tool for individual progression, assessment, things like that, individual progression. But the district used that data to get an overall view of where we are. iReady, to my knowledge, I don't think it does that accurately. Like I said, my son, for example, I use my child. I know other people can relate, have done pretty good on iReady, and then not really on the state test. Also, iReady is offered fall, spring, winter. When we were using the other platform, there were 9-week assessments, and again, to assess our children across the district. And in ELA, math, and science.
Over.
Yeah, we
think
can.
that'll be
Michelle,
turn your stuff off.
Commissioner Kissick, you're not on mute. Please mute yourself.
Mute.
Well, thank you.
Okay. So, again, we don't currently, I mean, we talk about, we got, well, I guess 3 through 8 right now. Right now, the high schoolers don't all currently have the proper tools that they need to be assessed across the district. I'm hearing we're working something out, but across the district, all schools, all high schools do not have those tools in place. So I just wanted to know, my question is, can we get something in place immediately? Because again, we've already passed the first 9 weeks, which students would have already been tested, and we would already have data for those students across the district, and we don't currently have that.
So I'm just gonna like gently push you. So yes, and the superintendent said it's ready. And so so she's answered that question is what I'm saying. You now have to come back and say it should be something else, like specific that the board can react to is what I'm saying. So she's answered that question, and for her it's ready, reading and math for this year to measure that. So then we'll come back, right? So think about like, is there something else that you might say, I don't think it should be, I suggest this, and that way then there's if you're putting a different recommendation on the floor. But I'll come back, give you some thought on that. I don't know who else is in the queue. I saw Murphy, but also McKissick, but she looked like she.
Yeah,
but just,
I think.
Oh, I'm not calling. I'm sorry. I'm not calling.
Oh,
No, ma'am.
My bad.
No, ma'am.
Go ahead, my bad.
Commissioner Williams?
My bad.
Yes, I'm concerned, really concerned now, because I know that a lot of money has been made off of iReady,
Somebody turn me off.
particularly in this district. And I'm not sure that we are not pushing some other program or objective that meets the needs of children. If we know that we had Mastery Connected, whatever they were calling it, and it was serving its purpose as far as teachers were concerned in the classroom, being on point with the curriculum and supporting the curriculum that they are tested over, iReady does not do that. And it has no claim to do it because it is not connected to the test that our students take. It is not normed by the tests that the students in Tennessee take for assessment. And for us to continue to push something because there are some profiteers from it makes absolutely no sense to me. If that we've had it for this time and it hasn't shown any progress, why would we still carry this load when we can do better? And particularly have something that is normed and set by this district across the state that addresses the skills on the Tennessee test that students must take. And we know that it doesn't happen with that, but there are all kinds of excuses, but the truth is the light.
Board Commissioner McKissick?
Apparently she dropped, her left.
Board Commissioner Hewitt Garcia?
I originally put my light on for a different reason than this current conversation, but it is related to this. Why I like the 3 or more grade levels behind is because I see that as a natural pipeline to being more ambitious of decreasing our off-track students. Our students are sort of the I'm waiting to drop out. The farther you are behind, I think the more difficult it is to decrease your off-track students. So I like how they are setting a future pipeline. So versus the 65%, I like measuring students against their own performance and grade level versus how everyone else in the district is doing. So I like this current measure. I think the conversation though around assessments is getting us away. We're focused on a platform and technology, but teachers are learning professionals who have curriculum assessments, who develop standards, like they test each unit. They have end of year exam. We do have measures of how our children are doing. We're focused on a technology. So I think just the fact that it's making it seem as if we have no data on where our students are at, and our teachers are professionals who create these assessments, and they come with our curriculum as well with options. So we are collecting and student report cards are based on their proficiency of these standards against those exams. I would recommend using iReady in its imperfect broken scale analogy. And then if we want to have a larger, I think, understanding of what our assessment landscape is and how we are measuring, particularly as it comes to an evaluation, but also what's available in the district, there seems to be different levels of understanding, and how to move forward as a board when we think about our role as allocating resources to where they're needed. So I think I am not an expert in it, but I would appreciate some sort of presentation or landscape overview of our assessments so we can make those informed decisions. But we have to get here tonight. So I am comfortable with the way these are written, focusing on these populations because I think they're all connected. And I think it is the tool that we have. And it will show us measurement because we are using the same one all year.
Commissioner Porter? Commissioner Murphy?
I didn't have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did not?
I did not.
I'm sorry. Somebody pushed your light. I'm sorry. Commissioner Murphy?
I think at this point, we're all saying the same things and just wording it differently. What I am seeing here, I agree with what we have that I'm looking at, but I also agree with the mere fact that iReady is not what we expected. Is not up to par, and it does not give us accurate numbers in real time. But what we see in here is this 3 to 8 decrease in numbers of students, 3 or more grade levels below at 4%. I am okay with that because it's realistic. Let's be honest here. It's realistic. It's in real time, and this is what we're dealing with. This is the realization of what we're dealing with right there. And even though it's a far-fetched, and it is far-fetched for that 4%, it is a far-fetched. But for the time that we have right now, we have iReady. Let's work with iReady because we have it. We don't have anything else to put in place of it right now. So we're saying the same things, but this is what we're working with. And it's a more difficult task than what we think it is. So I just wanted to put that out there. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And when you're right about something, I'm going to agree with it. When you're wrong about something, I'm going to call it out. But this is more realistic because it's actually worse than what we're looking at. There it is. And I'm done.
That's it? You gonna say something, Superintendent? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Was that it, Commissioner Ortega? I told I was gonna come back to you. Do you have was that a nod to, I don't know what that was. Okay. So, for the grades 3 through 8, as read and using iReady as the measure for this year, for this evaluation that will occur on May 1st, are we good with that as the measure? And so I need to see that we are, so we can make sure everybody's good.
Will you read it the way it should state?
Will the superintendent read it the way it should state? Because I don't say it right, so I want to just make sure. Decrease the number, yeah.
3 through 8.
Decrease the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels below by 4%.
Okay.
This is.
But you changed it. You said something about
3
below
grade
level
below.
something.
Yeah. Below 3 grade level.
Yeah, something. I just have to make sure.
The language.
Decrease the number of students 3 or more below grade.
Below grade level.
Below grade level. So I'm
3 or more levels below grade level is what it is.
It said 3 or more
Grade
below grade levels.
Yeah. So it's like 3 or more grade levels below their actual grade level is really what you're trying to articulate. But I just wanted to make sure that it's very right because I didn't write that. Might be
We can strengthen the
white law.
We can
Somebody
strengthen the
help us
language.
articulate.
We can strengthen the language.
Yeah, but we understand what we're saying. We're talking about students who are 3 or more below their grade level. The goal is to decrease that number by 4 percentage points. So we're good with that. We can Okay. Thank you. That was a great discussion, you all. And then the last one is the grades 9 to 10 decrease off-track students by 1.8%. I couldn't, yes.
We agreed on that one and the first time, we agreed with that. We agreed with the 1.8 for that one. We agreed with that one. The only problem we had was the second one. But the first two we had already agreed to.
I'm not sure of that, but okay. I think I had a
Did you
question.
just miss the whole thing?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Okay. Grades 9 through 10 decrease off track by 1 point. I think I asked what was the trend, and you were like, is 1.8% where we should be? Is it 2%? Is it? So that's what I was asking, because I didn't know what the trend was, and I think both Commissioner Garcia and I have a question about why we're missing 11th and 12th grade and what we can use. Is that correct? Yes.
I think we suggested something that was getting at it for 11th and 12th grade in the third measure, but let me go back to, I wrote them all down. I think the increase the partnerships that are connected to CCTE, industry certifications, we're targeting our 11th and 12th grade.
Yeah, that was a target.
I just said there's a connection. I didn't. So I think that takes care of our career piece, but it doesn't take care of people who might be post-secondary opportunity on the ninth. And maybe it does with the dual enrollment. I don't know, but I think grades 11th and 12th. Why aren't we doing? We had the data around their off track. I saw that data from last year. Is there?
Can we just include 11th and 12th graders?
I think we can just put that there.
I could. I mean, I'm asking the
and put 9
superintendent.
through 12, and just add it there for that 1.8.
Is that okay, Superintendent?
Well, so if I may, I think it's a challenge back to the superintendent of
Madam Superintendent.
of asking about that.
Just adding 11 and 12 to decrease the off-track rate.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just first share why it says 9 and 10 versus 9 through 12? What was the reasoning behind that?
Because to improve the overall graduation rate, which is the ultimate measure perceptually of how a district is doing, to improve that, you look at the front end, which is the number of students who are off track. First year, for sure, I added the second year because if we can get a better control of both first and second year students, we understand where students will land in their junior year, and we certainly have a better understanding of how they will fare in terms of the graduation rate. In terms of adding that here, I think our dedicated focus was 9 and 10 because we committed an additional graduation coach in our highest opportunity schools to focus on grade 9 and separate 9 and 10 for that tracking purpose. I think to go 11 and 12, I'm not sure that we dedicated the resources and stood up the focus in such a way that we're going to see the greatest movement there. Something will happen by default. But 9 and 10 is where our efforts have been.
So we did not budget to make any efforts towards our 11th and 12th graders, is what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we strengthened in terms of our commitment for 11th and 12th was to dedicate more time with our professional school counselors and their engagement with our students. So transcript audits is one thing, and so I have that report. But in terms of that being a measure, that's just ensuring that we have completed 100% of transcript audits by certain times of the year. Doesn't really give you what you would be looking for as a board. It just helps me understand how we're looking at the number of students who have or enrolled in the courses that are required to meet graduation. But that's on the other side of the spectrum. The most important part as a focus is grade 9 by itself, but coupling grade 10 in there because you still have a chance to save for a lot of students, for lack of better words, and keep them on track in grade 10.
So I'm going to say this again, and I won't belabor it. we're here to educate all of our kids, K through 12, no matter where they are, in our spectrum. So I feel like we need to have a prescription, K through 5, 6 through 8, 9 through 12, and that we need to hold ourselves accountable to that. So I will again, I made some suggestions, I think, around how we would measure those things. So you had graduation coaches to make sure that their transcripts. So that is a way to make sure that they're on track, correct? The 11th graders and 12th graders. So again, we could say that 11th graders and 12th, we could use the same measurement to make sure that 11th graders and 12th graders are on track. We can do it in the negative, decrease the off track or increase the on track, whichever way you want to do it. But I think we need to include 11th and 12th graders in this.
I'm thinking what she's saying is with that 9th and 10th grade, if we catch them there at the 9th and 10th grade, it'll be easier for when they get to the 11th and 12th grade, it'll roll over, even though she's implementing the other things that she's doing. So maybe just when she excluded the 11th, 12th grade, because if we catch them here, then all we have to do is work with them when they get to 11th and 12th grade. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, Madam Chair?
No, I hear what she's saying.
Madam Superintendent?
And what I want to make sure that is that everyone hears what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Yes, is that does not discount the work we still need to do for our 11th and 12th graders. So that's all I'm saying.
And now just to the other side of that, because you're not saying we're going to measure that, also doesn't mean the district is not responsible for that. So after May 1, you're still going to get a lot of data, right, from the state, and it's going to tell you about K through 12, right? And so that's still data. That does not mean you don't take that data seriously or that you don't, use that data for how you're moving the district, right? So because it's not, I'm not making a suggestion either way. I'm just saying it's also not true that if it's not 9 through 12 doesn't mean that the district or the superintendent isn't responsible for 11 through 12. I mean, and so when you start talking about those, just because it's not up there doesn't mean that you're not.
No, I hear you,
at
and I heard the superintendent earlier talk about some of the budgetary things that we did to make sure that some of these things that are in her evaluation can happen. And I just heard her say that we have graduation coaches now that we didn't, and we placed them in very strategic places for that reason, to deal with our off-track students. I assume our high school, 9th through 12th. So we put that investment in, and the only way for us to figure out if that investment is truly working is to measure it. And I think for student academic achievement, that's one of the things. It's like, I understand there's a whole bunch of other things we could put in here, but I think it's important that we include 11th and 12th graders, particularly since of the investment, and particularly since we put a lot of investment in doing that, and we need to see if this is working, and towards our graduation rate, but more importantly, towards our ready graduate.
This is where the investment was for 9 and 10. We added a graduation coach so that we could focus our efforts on 9 and 10. So that's why we included it here, to offer the measure connected to what we committed to in the budget. 9 and 10. That was our focus.
We committed nothing in our budget for 11th, 12th graders.
That had a financial cost to it.
Yeah.
I would say, yes. I mean, this all still works, but in terms of a dedicated focus, where there was one graduation coach, we added a second one to specifically focus on grades 9 and 10.
So let me again ask you, is there a particular problem with adding a metric for 11th and 12th graders in terms of how many we get back on track? Let's get them back on track, because there's still time. Thank you.
I have to go look at the measure, the metric, if you will, in terms of what could be done there. It wouldn't be by 1.8%. By the time a student is a junior, and I know you know these things, and a senior, it's never given up hope. When I entered in April, There were several students who were off track, and we implemented Operation Graduation to push across the line. So it's never that it's out of reach, but it would not be by this particular percentage because they're further off track.
Yeah, and I leave that percentage to you.
I'm
again.
not sure. I'm hearing some push on the percentages here, and so I just, in terms of where we are, I can go look at it and share what I think is feasible for us to get through over the next 6 months.
Thank you.
Is that it? Is that all the inquiry? So does that equate to note that that's staying as is? 9 through 10 decrease off track students. Is that my understanding? I don't know what just happened in this conversation. So you're adding 11 and 12?
We don't know what to add for the 11th and 12th, but we have to vote on this today.
I can make a suggestion if you want it. So increase it by 1%.
Increase
Position.
what?
Only thing
11th
I say,
and 12th. That's what.
you can't make a guess like this. It has to really be driven by data and evidence and resources in and inputs and projected outputs. Like you can't just.
And I made
say
those
a number.
suggestions based on, I do have suggestions in here for 11th and 12th graders that were based off, again, the next level readiness metric report at the end of 23-24. So I do have some things in here that actually I took it straight from there, and it said grades 9th through 11th, graduation rate off track, decrease the percent of students off track for graduation. I believe the data is online. We could look at it. Grade 12 graduation rate, decrease the percent of current seniors projected to be off track for graduation by blank percent. I have ACT, 11th and 12th graders, increase the percent of students in grades 11 and 12 meeting the ACT or approaching that's going to be a hard one, ACT benchmark of 21 plus by X percent. Given we are having those great banner days for 25 plus on ACT next week. So those are things that I have, Superintendent, that I shared a couple of weeks ago. And so is there anything there that you could contemplate putting a measurement on?
I think where we landed is what we presented here today for grades 9 and 10, not without giving the focus to the commitments that you've read aloud, because those are the commitments that were shared, and that's what we report out monthly in my report. But in terms of what's included in the evaluation, this is where we landed.
Do you have questions or I don't? No. Oh no, I was talking to Chair. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't.
Okay. I couldn't. Amber keeps looking like she was going to say.
No,
something.
I was trying to balance that we are getting those in the next level readiness metrics. So I'm wondering if there is a, like, all of that is still holding our superintendent accountable to performance, right? Because she's reporting those out, and there is a comprehensive report card. I do like the idea of, even if just signaling that we have captured every grade level that we have, something that we are working on towards. If I look at this and I have a baby in second grade, I say, what are you working on, right? Like, how are you holding the superintendent accountable? I think I wouldn't want to decrease the off-track students and guess of what 11th and 12th grade would be, although I like thinking expansively about that. I'm just trying to balance where we're at tonight and needing something, but maybe it is, I'm trying to think if there's something around the next level readiness metrics broadly that we could say that we went. I don't think that fits here, but I'm just trying to think of how do we get at culture of monitoring performance without putting everything within the evaluation, though I do understand the point and spirit here.
I am going to say this, and then we're going to vote however we're going to vote when we get to meeting. I am concerned that we are not holding the district in specifically using this as a data point for all of our, including all of our students, by including 11th and 12th, for improve academic growth, achievement, and literacy levels for all students. So we do not have a metric currently that demonstrates to me that we are reaching all students by leaving out 11th and 12th grade. So we are, in my mind, that is remiss of us, and in holding the superintendent accountable to all students and how we track that. So again, I would like to see that, but again, I am one of 9, and that is, I just think we need to do that, and I think that is the appropriate thing to do. It is the right thing to do because we have students and we have parents of students who are 11th and 12th graders and want to see something.
Well, we can go back to what we placed on the original one to increase the number of on-track students by 0.8%. I listed that at the bottom. I'm not sure there was much of an appetite for it, but that was 9 through 12. And so we can move that to the top and replace the decrease the off-track by 1.8%, and just replace it with increase the number of on-track students by 0.8%. I offered the explanation from going from the 88.2% ended at last year to 89%. Doesn't reflect a large amount perceptually, but it is a large increase because we also have an additional more than 2,000 students that are enrolled because we increased enrollment.
So my question would be, why wouldn't we keep grades 9 and 10 where it is and just add 11th and 12th with that percentage you just said?
Because that's not the dedicated focus that we have right now. And so I don't have the metrics to give you as to what we can do by the end of the year. So it's not a disagreement in should it be included, it's just I can't give you what it could reasonably be in terms of a measure.
So what are you giving us now as an alternative 9th through 12th to do what?
My original submission for priority 3 included increase the number of on-track students by 0.8%. I'm sharing if the appetite of the board is to move that to priority 1 and remove the decrease, the off-track for 9 and 10, and that would reflect 9 through 12.
I think I have a better appetite for that because it's all-inclusive and does not stop us from still doing the 1.8% for our 9th and 10th graders. It doesn't take your focus off of that.
I don't commit to the 1.8. We would commit to increasing the number of on-track students by 0.8%. Number of students who are on track. That would be 9 through 12.
Yeah,
Sounds
so
the
for
same, but it's
clarity,
different.
that measure was under the career readiness. Is that what you mean, that second one? That 0.8% increase of on-track students from 88.2 to 89%. Superintendent is saying that was for all students. When drilling down into the academic piece, to be more specific, she focused on 9 to 10 because that's where she's putting her early resources. She's saying if you want a more comprehensive, meaning students 9 through 12, then she would offer that second bullet in replace of grades 9 through 10 for 1.8%.
Commissioner Hewitt-Garcia.
I like this suggestion because it's all encompassing of that 9 through 12 band, and we also added several metrics under the global workforce, and I think it balances it out. And I think what we knew was true is going to be more difficult to make 11 and 12. We've already calculated that. So when we see these results based on what the second version that we've received, we will see more growth with the 9th and 10th graders, and that's okay. I think we just want to measure 9 through 12. So I think moving that up, I think does feel good to me.
So that's the work, all right? Let me go. I can't keep up. Am I going back? I don't know. I'm lost myself now.
So what I think I hear from the board is decrease the chronic absenteeism by 2%.
Yes, because I'm
Decrease percentage points. 3 through 8, decrease the number of students who are 3 or more levels below grade level is probably how it's going to end up being read, by 4%. Since this is K-8, the measure is iReady, reading and math. And then we're going to say increase the number of on-track students by 0.8%.
Yeah.
9 through 12.
Yes. All right. How's everybody on that? We're good? Those are the academic measures. No questions? Was that a vote, Commissioner Ote? Okay. All right. Well, with that, you have developed your instrument with all the weights included. I turn it back to you, I think.
We're complete? No.
Yeah. So the only thing, but you don't have to do this tonight because you really needed to get your instrument and your measures. So you need at some point to talk about, you would put a culture survey on the table, you got to talk about how you do that, who's going to do that, when you do that, but you do not, that is not necessary that you finalize that tonight. Yeah. But you did agree that you were going to do it, and so that was.
Okay. Can we adjourn this meeting and go straight into our special call? Commissioner,
Did we ever come to conclusion about actual dates for the evaluation, the annual evaluation? Because remember, we have to do, there's a process. So if it's May 1st, we have to work backwards to when the superintendent. Do we have those dates?
So you said May 1st, but
Right.
then what you have to think about is,
Going back.
right, and I don't think you have to decide that tonight,
That's
because
what I wanted to find out.
it's, remember we said it's probably going to be, could be
February.
March when you start this process, depending on the fullness of it. I think you can entrust your chair and the superintendent to work out the fine details and come back to you on that, but
Okay.
sooner than later though.
Right.
But
right.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
okay. This meeting's adjourned. We're gonna go straight into our special call meeting. Let me know when you're ready, Brother John. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the October 31st, 2024 special call meeting at Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Ms. Clark, please call the roll.
Commissioner McKissick, is she still there?
Present.
Commissioner Porter, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Porter,
Here.
Commissioner Murphy,
Here.
Commissioner Love, Commissioner McKinney,
Here.
Commissioner Otay,
Here.
Commissioner Williams, Board Chair Coleman.
Here.
You have 9 in the affirmative.
No.
Oh, Love left. Okay. You have 8 in the affirmative.
No. Commissioner McKissick cannot vote in this meeting. Is Commissioner Porter still on the line?
Yes.
He's out of town for work. Commissioner McKissick is not. So we have, did Commissioner Porter answer to you? Okay. We have 8. We do have a quorum.
Just to be clear, I did have a work commitment, which is why I could not come in earlier. So just for the record, yeah, because I've been away for 3 days at a conference and I just had a pile of work. So FYI.
Commissioner McKissick is in the city. Commissioner Porter is out of the state. So let's get that clear. Thank you, Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you.
The purpose of today's special call meeting is to vote on the Superintendent Evaluation Tool. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We do not have any public comments on this evening. We have one item to address under request for action this evening. Vote on the Superintendent Evaluation Tool. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve the item.
Second? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Garcia.
Hold on, Ms. Clark. At this time, our facilitator. Our facilitator, Ms. Tamika Hart-Wigington, will read into record our Superintendent Evaluation Tool.
Okay, so give me a moment while I got to look through various screens to make sure. So your vote, what you have approved, I would say are 3 different things. First, the use of the instruments and the competencies, that's the original. You agree to keep the competencies as they are in the original, but I'm going to read that. And tonight, you also will be approving quantitative measures that you just approved, all to be read in the record, and then you'll have it where you can upload it. So bear with me, I apologize. So, I'll go from here. So the superintendent evaluation form consists of 5 competencies: student achievement, business and finance, governance and board relations, community relations, and staff relations. The weight for student achievement is 30%. The weight for business and finance is 20%. The weight for governance and board relations is 20%. Weight for community relations, 15%, and the weight for staff relations is 15%. You have the instrument that has each of the measures under the indicators under each of those that you have also approved. It's the instrument that's been in place since 2013, so you already have record of it. You should upload that for your record. Let me see. You also have approved, I'll read it from here, quantitative measures across 3 priority areas. Priority 1, improve academic growth, achievement, and literacy levels for all students. Your metrics will be grades K through 12, a decrease in chronic absenteeism by 2 percentage points. For grades 3 through 8, a decrease in the number of students who are 3 or more grade levels below grade level by 4 percentage points using iReady reading and math, and a 0.8% increase of on-track students for 9 through 12 from 88.2% to 89%. For priority 2, recruit and increase the retention of the most effective district leaders and teachers in the nation for our students. Your metrics are a 1% decrease of teacher vacancies in instructional positions, and a 2% decrease of unlicensed teachers. For priority 3, you have prepare students for the global workforce through rigorous coursework and certifications in supportive, high-quality facilities and learning environments. Your metrics are increase CCTE offerings by 2 programs, from 47 to 49 programs, a 2% increase of students enrolled in dual enrollment courses, complete the RFP process for 100% of Phase 1 projects, present a comprehensive facilities plan for the board to review by April 2025, an increase of partnerships that are connected to CCTE industry certifications. That completes your quantitative measures and your instrument. Just for your record, other things that you approved is that you will conduct the informal evaluations as required by the superintendent's contract by November 30, but that includes individual engagement between the board and the superintendent, and the formal evaluation to occur May 1st.
Commissioner McKinney, Commissioner Otey, Commissioner Hewitt-Garcia.
I just want to make sure, point of clarification, under the priority 2, metric number 1, 1% decrease of, did you say true? Yes.
Edit, I'm sorry. So for priority 2, recruit and increase the retention of the most effective district leaders and teachers in the nation for our students. The first metric should read 1% decrease of true teacher vacancies in instructional positions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Otey.
I'm in agreement with everything else. Just one thing, as far as the one-on-one meeting, was a point made, and I think informed sources made this point, asking why we why we have to have a closed meeting. So we could agree maybe we do an open meeting versus one-on-one meetings. I think that'll be fair, so we can have that level of transparency to the community.
That's what's in her contract, individual meetings. Yes, ma'am, that's what her contract states.
I would, if I may, and so notice change to individual engagements, but also a meeting between a board member and the superintendent is not a meeting as defined by the Tennessee open meetings laws. That is not a meeting. A meeting is when two elected leaders are in a meeting and they're deliberating to an action. And so that would not be a meeting and it would not be a violation. But I understand that you still have conversation about that process anyway. So right now, it just simply says individual engagement between board and superintendent by November 30. So that's, you still have things that you're going to discuss about what that exactly looks like, though, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. Under the priority 3, did we agree to add incorporating additional AP courses in the master schedule? No. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I had a still written down. Want to make sure we didn't miss one. Thanks.
Commissioner McKissick. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I just wanted to
Michelle,
say that.
Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? This is Joyce. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me now?
Because you are in the city, you cannot participate, is what I was just informed.
Oh, okay then. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
I was just
sorry.
going to make commentary. I know I can't vote, but all right. Listen only mode.
Yeah, you can't be a participant. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
No, yeah, he can vote. Okay.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love,
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney,
Aye.
Commissioner Otay,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 8 in the affirmative.
Thank you. That motion passes. There being no further business, sit down because we have one more. we cutting up today. That meeting is adjourned. Now let's do this next one. Everybody okay for just a few minutes? Okay. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the October 31st, 2024 special call meeting at Memphis-Shelby County Schools. Ms. Clark, please call the roll.
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Porter,
Here.
Commissioner Murphy,
Here.
Commissioner Love,
Here.
Commissioner McKinney,
Here.
Commissioner Otay,
Here.
Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Board Chair Coleman.
Here.
You have 8 in the affirmative.
Please stand for the pledge. Oh, we do have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and stand for a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We have no public comments. We have one item to address under request for action this evening, the emergency special call meeting, approval of the custodial contract amendments with Parco and Service Master.
Motion.
We have the custodial service contract 2024 contract amendments. We have,
So,
who,
so
attorney,
I can speak to it.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to it. And Ms. Stewart. Okay, I'm good to proceed. All right. This is to bring amendments for two of our custodial vendors to cover the zone for which Fresh Start was covering. As you know, that contract with Fresh Start was terminated, and as an emergency measure to cover the zone and make sure the schools are cleaned, we now are bringing forth this motion to increase the square footage coverage amount for these two vendors to make sure that Fresh Start's former zone is covered. So as you'll see in the presentation here, the amount for the increased coverage for Service Master is in the amount of $614,342.10. This would, as an emergency measure, run for the months of November and December. And again, the purpose and the why here is to cover the Zone 1 custodial services contract, which was originally awarded to Fresh Start Facility Services in October of 2023. The contract amendment covers the schools that are listed in the table at the bottom of slide 2. And then the second amendment is for the existing services agreement with Parco in the amount of, I think it's $880,348.17. Again, this would be to cover additional square footage that was in Zone 1 as part of the zone originally awarded to Fresh Start Facility Services. This would, again, cover the months of November and December as an emergency measure, carrying us through the end of the year. The schools that will be covered as contemplated in this amendment are noted there in the table at the bottom of this slide. And I think that's all as by way of presentation.
Commissioner Love.
Just for clarity, we approved the contract today. All individuals will have a job.
So, clarify what you mean by all individuals.
All Fresh Start individuals will have a job with these two companies.
So to be clear, this is an amendment to the existing contracts with two vendors. We can't control the personnel decisions of our vendors. That'd be a question for Parco and Service Master to speak to.
Did you ask them?
Again, I mean, we don't control the personnel of our vendors. Our goal, ultimate goal, is to make sure the schools get cleaned in the interim, since Fresh Start will no longer be servicing the zone. So we're not in a position to demand or control who the vendors use to staff the additional schools that they'll be servicing.
Commissioner Hewitt Garcia.
Thank you. I asked this question in maybe a month ago around I remember when we voted on zones for, they were ranked based on total score. I remembered in the event that somebody doesn't perform, it would go to the next highest bidder or next highest score. And I didn't get clarity if that were true. I guess why Service Master and Parco, how do we determine these two are going to get the emergency business for November and December? I understand moving forward, we have it out for bid, but how did we select these two vendors right now?
And I'm gonna, I'll turn to Ms. Stewart. I think she can better answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hewitt Garcia. So if you remember in committee in October, we brought the conversation about the termination of Fresh Start. And in that conversation, it was directed that we bid the two zones, the Fresh Start zone, but then the HES zone for the MWBE difficulties they were having. And so the only two vendors left are Parco and Service Master to service the Fresh Start schools through the end of the year, which is through the end of December with the Fresh Start contract.
So HES was the next highest score, but they were violating parts of what they said they were going to deliver, so we didn't consider them?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Otey, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. I see it's just until December. Is there any way we can just do it for a year so that we don't have an interruption in service like we just did?
So Board Member Otey, they were one-year contracts for 4 vendors with the option to renew for future years. So the plan until Fresh Start got terminated was that in November, at the November board meeting, we'd bring all 4 contracts and they would get their 1-year renewal for 2025. With this termination of Fresh Start, we kind of had to do an emergency distribution of the Fresh Start schools just for the end of the year, till the end of the year, and then we'll still bring the renewals on these two. The other two zones, Zone 1, which was Fresh Start, and Zone 4, which was HES, are out to bid right now. They're on the procurement website.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
When you reference Fresh Start schools, what are you speaking of?
So all the schools that you see on that slide here in the Zone 1, on this slide and the next slide are all the schools. So there were 43 total schools that Fresh Start Cleaning Service was cleaning for us.
So were those the schools that were with the charters? Or what happened? Did they just quit?
No, so that's Fresh Start's the company that was not paying their employees.
Okay.
And so we gave a few corrective actions and then finally had to terminate them.
And do you have the same employees?
So, like Justin was saying, we hope that Service Master and Parku will pick up the Fresh Start employees. And I'm assuming that will happen in a lot of cases, but we can't.
Was that an ask of them?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Murphy.
I just want for clarity, we're just, this here is just for Parco and for Service Master. We're just approving theirs from now until the end of the year, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Chair Love.
Clarifying question. Mr. Bailey or Michelle Stewart. Couldn't you just extend the contract for these two vendors next year? Because they were on a contract for renewal to up to 4 years.
So they were on a contract for renewal up to 4 years for a specific zone.
Yeah.
So Service Master had one zone and Parku had one zone, and then HES and Fresh Start.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney.
So in line with those questions, General Counsel can help me here. There is nothing that prevents the district from deciding that we want to go ahead and just keep it the way it is, and we can withdraw the RFP. Is there anything that prevents us from doing that?
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. When you say there's nothing, what? Well, but let me understand. Can you ask the question a different way? Let me make sure I understand.
we are giving, we have divided Fresh Starts schools between two vendors.
Right.
And we're doing that in an emergency. That's what we're emergency situation because we needed continuity in cleaning services.
Correct.
We have since then put out an RFP for the those buildings
For this zone.
for
Correct.
this zone.
That's right.
If in a month, when it's time to expand to extend or to continue their contract, because it's up for renewal, each of their is up for renewal, right?
Right.
For
the
their
zones-
existing for their existing
zones, right.
And we decide that we like what they're doing at these other schools in this emergency situation. There's nothing that prevents us from saying we just want to extend this contract to include the Fresh Start schools and pull the RFP off.
No.
Okay.
Because the only thing that's allowing us to expand into zone one with these two particular vendors is because it's an emergency exception. But to move forward because of the contract amount, it would need to be rebid.
That's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure was understood.
Commissioner Huey Garcia.
I appreciate the emergency here, and I would say, even if they are doing a good job, I think it's important to honor an opportunity for either another business or a group of businesses to go after that opportunity to partner with us. So I would want to see it's something I don't know. This is not my area of expertise, right? I think when we've talked about like small businesses being able to come in together. So I think it's important that we put business opportunities out to the full community, but it may end up being these two organizations. So.
Commissioner Williams.
I did not. Did you have that? He turned it on for me. He thought he was turning it on. But I will ask a question since I have it. Would there be the possibility of us looking into, with these two schools, since they're coming back at this time, looking into bringing them back in-house at some point and weighing the discovery of what it would cost to do either? And we may be able to start with these two since they will be up for bid at the end of the year. That's just a suggestion, because at some point in time we used to have clean schools when we owned the owners in the building. Now the schools are not as clean because they do what they particularly seemingly want to do. There's no oversight. But it would be my concern that if we had the opportunity to bring this service back into the district, we would explore it that way.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Williams, absolutely. I think you recall in budget season, we placed that in our presentation as consideration and where we could start to explore with a pilot and about what that would cost, not taking it all on, but seeing where we could feasibly take on the cost of in-house services and what that could look like. If it hadn't happened in such an immediate time, we would have been able to explore it starting in like January. But we are looking at the cost of the equipment and just how many buildings we could take on just for exploration and bringing that to the board for consideration.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Williams took my question because I was talking about if we can bring him in house, but he took my question. But for the main part, I think that because this is an emergency situation, we deal with these two companies right now, and then we move forward.
Vice Chair Love.
I see a lot of my schools on here, and I received numerous emails about the schools not being clean and the employees not being paid. I would strongly hope, that the custodial companies hire the individuals back, because it's not their fault. They don't have a job. And I talked to all of my principals on that list, and they were doing good jobs inside those schools.
Commissioner Murphy?
I agree with Stephanie. We just want to make sure that the ones that was with Fresh Start get a job. So I agree with her. That's it.
Let us be perfectly clear. Although we want them, they're not obligated to hire the people. Attorney Bailey, I have a question, or Superintendent, either one. These people that are taking on extra schools, they're inquiring extra expenses because now they have to go out and possibly buy new equipment or add on equipment. Why we cannot keep them if they are willing to take on extra duties, why is it that we cannot keep them for at least a year? Because they're having to invest. Like Vice Chair Love said, some of our buildings are nasty. And they're having to go in, buy new equipment, buy equipment to clean our buildings, buy paper towels, buy soap. And then they buy this stuff, stock it, and December 31st, they have extra supplies. So what's there to say that consider not allowing them to continue to be in our buildings and keep them, if they're able to take on, to help us through emergencies, we should do something to help them.
I appreciate your comment, Madam Chair. Keep in mind, because of the contract amount to comport with policy, it has to go out for competitive bid. It's over $25,000, and Mr. Langston can jump in and help me and keep me honest here. But that's the reason why. And these companies, and Ms. Stewart can speak more to this, but part of the vetting process when we first reached out about amending these contracts was reaching out to these companies and make sure that they had the personnel and the equipment to be able to fast track and ramp up to service these schools with the understanding that this would be a short-term commitment as an emergency exception. So to the extent that, well, I can't really speak to what the investment was on their part to be able to ramp up to do that, but they did so with the understanding that it would be short-term and that this would be going out for bid because we have to in accordance with our policy.
Neither one of these companies can bid on the new zones. They can't bid on
they can bid. Certainly, they can bid. We just can't. We can't guarantee them a long-term contract for a short-term emergency fix in accordance with our policy.
Well, we would like to thank Service Master and Parco for stepping up to the plate, helping us, because our children deserve, our teachers deserve to be in clean buildings. And on behalf of the board, we want to say thank you. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Can we get a motion and a second?
A motion. Move.
Motion by Commissioner Murphy, second by Vice Chair Love. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Love,
Aye.
Commissioner McKinney,
Aye.
Commissioner Otay,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Board Chair Coleman.
Aye.
You have 8 in the affirmative.
Thank you. That motion passes. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Good night.